Big applause.
Welcome. Does that work? Yes. Welcome to the Yoonaverse, the tech catalyst for fashion and circularity, chapter 0. I was asked some weeks ago, 8 weeks ago, how do you see Berlin? And I said, Berlin is a fashion tech city. And that was the idea of mine, to create a movement, to start something with good partners and to create a movement, to create a conference series, to create like a lab where we can talk, where we can start with something and keep going for a longer time, and bring startups, corporates, universities, students, creative people, everybody together. And maybe at the end, in 2 years, we have built something new out of it, or we keep going like that. But the important thing is that we start to change something and we bring technology, circularity, and fashion together. And now, I give the word to Antje from Telecom Fashion Fusion, one of our partners next to H&M Beyond. And yes.
Thank you, Franziska. Yeah, I'm very glad and to see a lot of familiar faces here. And yeah, we are very glad and grateful that we could continue our way. We started 6 years ago with Fashion Fusion, setting close from here in the Hubraum at Telekom, the Fashion Fusion Lab, and where it all began. And now we are very proud that we found you as a strong partner, and of course Oliver as well from H&M. We know each other for almost also 5-6 years, and we are very convinced that we have to put much more energy to keep on moving, but intensively more. And as you know, we are now also having the heatable capsule collection with Alpha Tauri, so we are not just talking about prototypes. We at Telekom, we take it very seriously and we develop real stuff, real clothing, real smart clothing. And I think this is just the beginning, so I'm convinced also with this conference we can do a lot of movement and inspire and get the right people in the room. Thank you, and I will hand over to you.
Take care, Claire. Thank you so much. Yeah, I can say many unfamiliar faces for me, which is great. This is Ollie from H&M Beyond. We are a very humble, tiny, and these two is the team. We are a very humble and tiny open innovation lab from H&M. And my heart beats a little bit faster when I see this, because I've been to many conferences and events and a lot of conferences where you just talk, and sometimes I feel there's a lot of blah blah. There's a lot of, yeah, we know how, and we would, and you should, and in the end nothing really happens. That's a bit what I feel. Where's the urgency to really do something? And I'm speaking for one of the biggest fashion retailers in the world, by the way, which is great. That's why I like the agenda today. It's a fantastic mix of amazing speakers sharing their experience, but then we also have parts where you can get quite active if you like, and collectively maybe create solutions that are really tangible and that we can really work with. So that's what I would expect, and that's what I like, and that's what we normally try to do, is to really get things on the street, as Antje said. And I feel that the fashion industry, I mean, many of you know, you are way smarter than me in that. The fashion industry has such a high need for innovation. There's like a real pressure on that industry, which is the second biggest polluting in the world. And I would say, or what I learned is that it's not at all a question if there's not enough ideas, not enough great people, startups, not enough innovations out there. It's rather a question of how we bring all of this together and how we bring this to life together. That's my fundamental belief. That's why I'm just very, very happy that we have such a strong force here who's making all of this possible. It was easy to jump on that train with you, I can say that. And I would wish to be part of your vision, to create change and to really do it. And I think it's not a matter of big and small. It's not a matter of smart and not smart or whatever. It's just a matter of all together, and everyone is using the assets you have access to. And I'm standing here for a big retailer who has customer contacts as hell every day, who has many, many outlets in the world, many stores, resources we have access to, and fantastic people that have the will to change something that is meaningful. So happy to see you all, happy to meet you today, happy to get in contact. And hopefully we will create some cool shit together. That would be great.
Yes, this is the goal, that we create something together, that we come closer to each other. And I would like to invite more corporates, as I know, in my experience as a startup, it's super difficult to get in touch with corporates and working with them. So I would, with this conference, I would like to connect everybody and to talk with each other and see how easy it is actually to work together. And now I would like to turn a video on. We have the State Secretary Michael Beale talking to us and welcoming everybody. Thank you.
As Berlin's Permanent Secretary for Economics, it is a great pleasure for me to welcome you to the Yoonaverse Summit. Berlin is the capital of good ideas, smart, future-oriented, and digitally inspired. The creative potential of our city is immense. Global companies and technology-driven SME sector work closely together in many areas. Just as the Yoonaverse Summit brings together a diversity of experience and knowledge from different areas to create the future of the fashion industry. While traditional fashion brands are often finding it hard to let go of physicality, they risk to miss out on an enormous potential. Technology in fashion is no longer a futuristic concept reserved for science fiction movies only. It's a huge potential. NFT collections and NFT wearables are already a big thing for retailers and brands. Let me give you one example. On September 10th, 2021, Karl Lagerfeld's NFTs totaling 777 pieces, priced 77 euros each, sold out in 33.77 seconds. In 2021, sales of NFTs were estimated at around $18 billion worldwide. Experts imagine a lot more innovation happening. For example, thinking of dynamic clothes changing according to social interactions, moods, events, or the weather. The technologies are improving very quickly. Brands like Burberry and Longines are beginning to sell NFTs in virtual fashion exhibitions, while luxury fashion brands like Bulgari, Louis Vuitton, and Prada offer virtual reality apps. In addition, virtual spaces are a perfect way for brands to connect with their audience and create additional visibility. A smart-up metropolis with a dense research design as well as artistic landscape, Berlin offers an excellent breeding ground for innovative ideas. Currently, far more than 100 companies and units in the capital region are involved in projects ranging from NFT collections, wearable IT to fashion tech. Today's conference intends to strengthen the exchange between different companies regarding these innovation topics. The goal to show how easy the technologies can be used by smaller companies also. Thanks to Yoona and Anna Franziska Michel for this important impulse. I wish you all an inspiring time with many new and good ideas for your companies and for Berlin. Have a great day and have fun in Berlin.
I like very much what you said before about working collectively, right? Come as you are. And then today will be a remarkable day for this city, for this ecosystem, from Berlin to the world, from world to the Berlin. I come from a long way from the fashion tech. I started this career many years ago because my father was working in technology and my mother, Colombian, was a fashion model. So I really literally born and raised in fashion tech, having the chance to work with the largest luxury brand around the world, including Armani, Zegna, Gucci, Louis Vuitton, Ralph Lauren, and many more. But today, I think when Anna and techevent has invited me to co-organize this event, I was asking a main question: what we can do together to make it a real impact. You know, I've been working as a consultant for more than 50 years. And now I'm trying to work as an open innovation together. You know, open innovation is kind of meaningful word. Could you please go to the chart? I just have one chart today, just one chart. Because I think the most important thing is not what I'm gonna say, but it's you and working, how we can collaborate all together. So we just saw the governments here that have a great vision to organize this event. The technology startup like YOONA. I see many other startup companies that are based here, or they fly from Paris, or they want to leave this city to find the innovation solution. But also brands, platform, supply chain, everything that is around technology, foundation. I mean, if you look at this group of people today, as we are, I really think that together we can generate a positive impact. And when I say positive impact, I refer to famous 3P. I mean, business positivity means positive impact on profit. I mean, sustainability as a business. We cannot forget that to run our business, we need to be sustainable, but also sustainability needs to be positive impact on business, on people, so like all of us, and planet. So we're going to see today how different shareholders can actually bring the challenge, the solution, the vision. We're going to see during the agenda also how the planet, the One Ocean Foundation will tell us more about what are the needs of our planet to let humanity exist and persist. Marisa from North Sail, CEO, she will tell us how to build a better fashion, better future, because it's all in our hands. So I don't have all the solution. Maybe together we can actually have it, working collectively as an open innovation. And this means there is not something that I can do, you can do alone, but together working, bringing technology, bringing solution, bringing innovation. Let me give you some concrete example. You say, approximately when I started my career 20 years ago, my grandmother asked me, what do you do really? I mean, what's your job? And so I was trying to explain to her, also to my wife actually today, but this is a different story. And say, you know, I'm trying to leveraging the most innovative technologies, the one that works, like think about VR, artificial intelligence. That time was a little bit more tricky to explain that. And then moving to the fashion value chain and working the intersection between fashion tech and find solutions that can improve the performances, the business processes, the way actually customer experience, the product life cycle, the impact of footprint. And basically she told me, I didn't really understand nothing, but I like the way you say. So the same will be today. We may have not the same language all the time, so because we all come from different backgrounds, but maybe together we can actually find a way to work on together. So thank you once again. We're gonna see you along the way, and thank you again to have me here, Berlin. Thank you. We're gonna see back on stage Anna and the rest of the team.
Hello, hello, hello. Well, summer is seriously coming, right? So, hello and warm welcome. Foremost to the audience, because I see really a lot of people being interested. That's nice. And of course to this small but very interesting panel. My name is Bianca Kruzan and I will moderate here, or I will try. So, you both, today, we talk about a big title, Leading the Movement of Circularity and Degrowth Through Technology. So let's have a look. What's in there? Circularity, degrowth, through technology, a movement, and then leading this. Well, we have two leaders here, Anna from YOONA and Oliver from H&M Beyond. So, since this was a very short start, maybe would you like to introduce yourselves a little? Like, who are you and what are you doing at, like, Oliver, H&M Beyond? And then, Anna, what are you doing? You have a microphone, right?
I guess so.
Yeah, great. So tell us.
Thank you. Shall I start then?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, I do so. Wow. Yes, as I said, we are called H&M Beyond, and it is an open innovation retail lab. What that means is that we have an urgency and a will to find solutions outside H&M. And this is on purpose because we have a long history in doing exactly what we do in a very strong, efficient, impactful way. But the world changes and the needs of the world changes. Customer behavior changes according to that. Regulations changes, right? So there's many things that ask companies like H&M, also other industries and other companies to change and to just view at their business model and check, okay, can you take that, right? Can you take it to the future? And we in H&M Beyond, we try to really break down the holistic need for change and not being stuck and just, oh my God, it's so big. We try to really break it down to something we learn with external partners in the way, startups, universities, I've seen that on the map as well, exploring with generations like alpha generation, 8-year-old kids, and find pleasure in being totally in an unknown field. So future is unknown for us. That's basically what we say. We don't know anything. That's our assumption. And we try to find people on that way in our organic growing network who have answers and ideas. And what we learned is that technology is nothing less, but maybe also nothing more than enabling that change throughout the whole business model. So it's not just looking at the front end, how can you create digital virtual services. It's also deeply rooted in how we produce things and what we produce. And that makes it so interesting for H&M Beyond to really go on testing level. So we try to create very naive test cases together with startups, and then we throw it out on the market and we ask customers and people to join, give us feedback, test that service, product or experience, and help us to understand, to shape it, to iterate it, but also see if there's a value. So we are piloting stuff in the market, and if it makes sense, if there's a great value from it, with the 3 Ps, as we've heard today, we try to hand it over and scale it with H&M. That's basically how we do and what we do. And it's deeply connected to our hearts because we feel this makes it meaningful if this works out.
Quite impressive. Yeah, inspiring.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's good.
We take it from it. Okay, so
I have no microphone.
yeah, you have no microphone. You need the microphone, so I give it to another very inspiring lady.
I want just to answer. So we have something in common.
I guess
It's
so.
deeply, it's by your heart. So I'm also working out of my heart and creating everything what I do. I was working as a designer once. I studied fashion design. Today also my professor is sitting here. It's super fun. And I recognized there's something missing. I needed technology to work easier and faster. I needed technology to calculate better what I should create. And yes, I started to learn coding. That was fun, and at the end, the coding books ended up like sketchbooks. And then I thought, maybe I'm better into creating teams and bringing people together, and then we create something like a software, which is called YOONA. And YOONA is supporting designers. So today we are a tech team together with 5 5 designers working on a software and a platform which is cutting down design process to only some clicks. We're analyzing data. We're using AI to generate new designs in seconds, which should be bestseller in the best case. We just got a lot of big government fund to create 3D designs with AI in seconds also. We developed augmented reality to have a lookalator that everybody on this planet can communicate without prototyping on their designs. And at the end, I see our platform as a platform which is connecting everybody in this value chain. And not only we as Yoona, sondern I see us as a platform where we include other startups as collaboration. So I see the future digital and collaborative.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, let's dig into this big topic. And we're not making baby steps. So, let's just agree that circularity and degrowth are very big topics that definitely the fashion industry needs to implement and work on. And my question to Anna now is, how can technology help here?
We just brought out our sustainability report. We analyzed different technologies, how we can use them to be and work more sustainable and circular in our industry. As Olli said already, we are the second biggest polluter. We are creating more CO2 emissions than France, Germany, and Great Britain together, and we are creating even more CO2 than the airplane industry, what I never could imagine. We can, for example, use AI to calculate better, to analyze data, company data or trend data, and then create bestseller designs, which is my focus and what I want. And right now we are creating products that are not sold. 30% are not sold. So we have to calculate better what we design to be close on the trend. And what it helps also, we are faster, because right now we are designing something, and when it comes to the shop, the trend is already over, so nobody buys it. This is one thing, and the other thing is what I talked about before is prototyping. Every company, I don't know, you worked as a designer also, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 prototypes until you get into production, and we need to create digital products to talk about and to use it as prototypes. And the next thing, we also developed augmented reality to make communication easier. Yesterday I was at a dinner with different fashion companies, and they told me, we are sending the prototypes all the time around. What should we use? Airplane or ship, or how we should do that? And then they are not arriving. That doesn't make any sense anymore. So we should also use technology to communicate and cut this down.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. Oliver, do you have something to add?
I try. The question was how technology helps in all of that, right?
Technology and like we're talking about circularity, degrowth.
Yeah.
So
can we say this is like the fundamentals, right, in the framework? Yeah. And I would say yes to that. I think that hopefully there's quite a clear common sense in the circularity, and it's so much more than just looking at there's a product out there and can we collect it back and what do we do with the materials. I mean, it goes back to the fields where the cotton is grown or where the material comes from, right? And so this is a total new kind of understanding, the whole process. And I realized that the longer you work in the traditional model, the longer it may take to transform, right? Because, I mean, in the end, the whole industry is working with designers that used to draw and create designs, people who are cutting samples, working with samples, sending it around, right? And it's such a socialized thing. So I get an understanding why things are not like really, really easy, but I think that the fundamental beliefs is true, because that's the only thing that will help us, circularity, and I believe it's the only thing to keep that value of fashion alive, that you can wear it, right? That you can express yourself and that you can feel well and you do not feel guilty anymore, right? I feel this is something that needs to be protected. So it's not that fashion itself is bad or you can't be fashionable. It's just the way how we do it and how we produce. So yes, and for growth, I think degrowth, it's just a matter of definition, right? Because sometimes if we are not carefully, we mix up the 1P of your statement, right? Profitability and degrowth. I believe that this is something that we shouldn't mix up. So in order to be sustainable, it's totally fine that businesses grow, right? And they have a revenue and they can develop. But what I understand with a different definition for growth is what impact does this growth have in the world, right? And this is then people and planet. So therefore, yes, I agree fully to that. And the technology in that part is on many aspects really, really important to help changing, right? One thing is that how you talk about sampling processes and how you create designs, which is fantastic. I would also go so far that on-demand production and the technologies helping there, not producing and then try to sell it and then whatever's left over, reduce it to zero, so and then just overspill the market. I think on-demand production is a key, and there's amazing technologies out there that help you guys and us as customers to get hopefully exactly what we want, right? And if we then have a nearshore production on top of it, or an automated production process nearshore, imagine what that would mean from a CO2 emission perspective, right? So and then on the front end for the customers, I would say what the industry is also lacking is the task of helping consumers really to find what they want. In the fit, in size, in the design, so really understanding the needs and fulfilling it, which would also decrease the returns and the send arounds on the planet. So I guess technology plays an important role here. If we wouldn't have technology, we would maybe even do whatever we did the next 30 years. Does it make sense as an answer?
Does it make sense?
Sorry? Okay.
So, next question. Well, let's assume, interesting, goes well. Yeah, but question is now, okay, why does it not, I mean, we're talking movement here. Mm-hmm. So what's a movement? A movement is a focused group action, says Wikipedia, I'm prepared. So let's say, so there's individuals doing something with technology, yeah? And we have this kind of like concept here that it needs a movement, that it needs more than only individuals working somewhere, something about something. So my question, building up on what you said before, is why a movement?
Shall I take this question first?
Yeah.
I mean, one thing is, it sounds great. And oh my God, I mean, this is now really a cultural aspect you're bringing in. And I learned a sentence that I always reflect on a lot is culture eats strategy for breakfast, right? So leave 3 seconds to just talk it to yourself again. And that means that just by understanding and just by saying something and just by knowing is there, that's not the change and that's not the transformation, right? And I feel that that we somehow suffer from the long history and socialized aspects of being wealthy, having unlimited resources, taking what we need and make great products, right? So it was available and no one really took care. And now we are slowly understanding that things need to change. And yes, I guess what would help us is a movement. I guess what I could definitely say, that movement is a very holistic mix of different things. It's a customer, it's a government, it's big corporates, it's fantastic entrepreneurs, technology, so that all needs to go together and meet all the expectations. And I know that the urgency that is out there, that we all feel in different crises, that is just like putting pressure on mainly also big corporates like ours, that this influences kind of that collective agreement on, okay, now we need to change something. What is still missing though, and I hope that group has an answer, if the assumption is all is there, we just need to bring it together like a puzzle and access it and create a change, then the question for me would be, what's the mechanics and how do we solve it? Because that's no new answer. it's out there for quite a while. Oh, we should collaborate and co-create. But I feel something is missing though. Maybe Franzi has an answer.
We're going there. So, Anna, any idea how to envision this movement?
I mean, Olli said already everything I would also say. I would just come with an example. We are all fashion tech startups. We came here, I brought everybody and Stefano helped to bring them all together. And my goal with this conference, or let's say happening here, is to bring all of us together because we are all one puzzle in the big value chain. And everybody's working for his own. I mean, we don't talk, we don't move together forward, but everybody is a puzzle. And if we bring everybody together only in the startup scene for fashion tech, we already are movement. And then when we are saying corporates, we are B2B software. If you know what it means, we have to work with corporates and with bigger companies. And how we come into these companies, it's super difficult for us to work with them. So Stefan is always saying that we have to bring startups together with the corporates. So what we do here, we bring companies here and we talk together and we sit together. And now it's suddenly easy. So the movement goes on. And also on, I brought the Berlin government in, Berlin partner. The idea of Yoonaverse was created actually with Stefan Franzke from Berlin partner, talking to him. So we bring everybody together, and I think if we do that, anyhow, without strategy, kind of just bringing together and learning of every conference, every day we do that, then we can create a movement, and not only in Berlin, we already talked about it, that later on we can go also further out of Berlin and move something and change this industry together.
Mm-hmm. And if I could answer that. I would like to add to that. Yeah, I keep it for a while.
Yeah, I see that.
I speak aus dem Nähkästchen plaudern. Was heißt das auf Englisch? You don't know? Okay.
Talk out of the box.
I speak from my heart, and there's so many great stories on how big corporates feel innovation happens and how we treat speed and how we see things, because things are moving. There's just great examples where you see, okay, wow, now we have like a guideline for designers on circularity. And now they start already, when they think about creating fashion, they already have circularity in mind. How cool is that? But would you imagine this happening 2022 or 2015? I don't know. So things take quite a time. And I can say from a company perspective like H&M, it's one thing that H&M Beyond is connecting startups and trying to create new offers, services for customers, because being a customer-centric company, when we see there's a customer value, that's maybe the easiest door to go through to then create change. But I see that there's a tendency that the true innovation is not the product or service. The true innovation is implementing that change. Mm-hmm. And this is the crazy thing. I'm not sure if Antje agrees on that from Telekom. This is the crazy thing, that it's also a mindset shift, and that it's an acceptance of open innovation, co-creation, and that the whole borders and the way how we normally are set up, that this is all obsolete, because that's kind of what you ask for, right? And that's also kind of what I think the ultimate answer is. But that means that we are all little kids sitting in the playground and imagine how we would change things, even big or small. It shouldn't make any difference anymore, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I totally agree about this matter of kind of like identifying the actors, right? Making them visible too in all those places. And it is simple like that on the website of the Yoonaverse right now, there have been some faces with some names, you know, and you get the idea that people are out there, hidden in those companies or those startups. So I think it's very, yeah?
Everyone.
Equal share, yeah, interesting. Okay, now that we understood why the movement maybe is a thing to think about, you still put on leading the movement in this title. So you both now, how do you imagine to lead this? And this is an interesting question because we know how industry worked before, how leaders have worked before. Is there maybe change in leadership as well when it comes to a new development? So who want to go first?
You want to go first or shall I?
I can.
Yeah?
I mean, we are all here, right? We had 8 weeks ago, we had this idea. So now you're asking how we change this and creating a movement and leading it. Yeah. Action, doing something. That I think is the only thing, not sitting there and talking about it, bringing it forward. It's not the only conference we do today. We do in July next one, and changing it also depends how it goes. And I think action is the word for me to lead something.
Mm-hmm. And I would add to that maybe you have heard it, and I have some hard time with it, but I feel there's some truth in it. Today, everyone can be a leader. This is something that we learn and that we believe, right? It's not so much about roles and titles anymore. So I feel there's crazy people that are so impactful, having a great role and responsibility and the right mindset and the mandate, and they are pushing through. But I feel it doesn't need a specific role, right? Anyone, that's what I would tell my kids, anyone can change the world, right? If you follow your purpose and if you really have a need for changing something. So that's where I would say the word leading means something else than just being the front runner and being like the managing this through and everyone follows. I would say it's something more than that. It's bringing together diverse expertise and purposes, and out of that, creating something that has an impact, right? And this for me is leading, and I guess that leading something is also good because you need these lighthouses. What we learned from the bigger industry, if someone goes first and scales on-demand production, and you can buy a product with a big retailer that is on-demand produced, then you will see the whole development would explode and would exponentially go in that direction. But as long as no one moves, no one follows. So that's why there is a need for that word, I would say so. But I think it's not linked to a role or a certain mandate you have. It's linked to what we together believe should be changed.
Nice. I'm wondering, with the time, where are we?
4 minutes.
4 minutes. So I would rather not ask any more questions myself because I think maybe the audience really wants to ask something. I think this could be nice because I think you really made some statements here and it could be very interesting if somebody has a question that leads our discourse to interesting levels. Don't be shy. Is there anybody? Before we forget. Look, things happen. Okay.
I have one question. It's a tough question, though.
A what question?
It's a tough question, though. What's the role of Metaverse when we speak about circularity and Degrowth? Do you think it has a role, or is gonna have a role in the future?
Great question.
I said it, I'm ready.
Who goes? Okay.
Yes, I'm the head of sustainability at the ID Factory. The ID Factory is an innovative company, a B Corp, working in the supply chain traceability for fashion companies. And actually, as we are tracing the supply chain and we're digitalizing items from the production till all tires in the supply chain, I'm asking myself, what can we do after we have digitalized these items? Also for what concerns the Yoonaverse, Metaverse, the Ecoverse, there's also
Thank you. You said I should. That's a very good question, and I can speak personally about it if that's okay, because H&M doesn't have a clear perspective at the moment. It's very hype, Metaverse. It's very dynamic, and you see popping up information everywhere. And Mark Zuckerberg has his own vision and driving videos, and me as a father, I'm thinking, oh no, my kids are doomed. But I would love to separate this metaverse idea a bit. I love to look at it as virtual experiences and augmented experiences. I don't think that this will replace how we work and live and how we are connected to each other. I think it helps in many, many cases in education. It will be fantastic for entertainment. It will be fantastic for shopping, right, and having great experiences. But I would rather treat it as that at the moment, to be honest. So a virtual experience with a kind of freedom where you can look at fashion, work with fashion, be inspired, dress your avatar as you like, look totally different than you would normally look in the real world, because that's the freedom of it. But then switch off at a certain time. So there is kind of a human aspect, although all data shows that the time spent online is increasing. So we are rather online than offline. So it seems to be that Web 3.0 and Metaverse is a data-driven logical direction. But as far as I see it right now, the virtual experience in it is just great. And I would love to see my kids learning about the stars and the planets and just grabbing it, looking at it, reading on it, throwing it away, showing it their friends in the virtual world. But at the moment, not more than that, I would say.
Yesterday I was sitting with a trend researcher, how's it called, trend scientist, and he said we will be all living in the metaverse. That will be our future. So I see always 2 points. One side, CO2 emissions, energy. We just talked about before, selling NFTs. But on the other hand, we just design one 3D design and then it can sold 1,000 times, and we don't have to produce it. So I think it has 2 sides, but we will see how it goes. Yeah, that would be my opinion. And yeah, I was looking at him yesterday and was saying, no, I had the same idea like you. Oh no, Metaverse, we cannot live all in Metaverse, but yeah, they are searching for the future, and they are convinced we will all live in Metaverse.
Oops. Interesting to hear your perspective later, what
Yes.
you would say. I'd love to hear that.
That's where I was leading to, kind of like, no more time for discourse like on stage. I think we need to cut off, but you heard them. This is the thing to happen. Please get them when they're standing somewhere, engage in conversation, because they want this movement to happen, it seems like, yeah. So, right. So I want to just say goodbye. Thank you both for being here. Thank you, first of all, being interested, and to the Yoonaverse that we have this conversation.
Shall we sit or?
No, fine. All right, great conversation, great insights. I like, by the way, the Ecoverse. Ecoverse is also a nice concept. We need also to keep the traceability of something that become virtual, right? So the usage of data will be pretty much important. But now I'm standing here because I'm quite honored to introduce the next speaker. I mean, she's an important role. She's the CEO of important fashion brands, but we have not invited her for this role, for her role. But we invited her for her past, her vision, her purpose. She's a powerful woman that have the lucky chance to meet in other occasion in Dubai, where I actually live. She has been brought to the circularity, sustainability, vision, and culture all her career. We kindly ask her to come on the stage and then share what are the really important things. I mean, when we need to talk, I totally say before that we need to run a positive business, right? But positive business needs also to having somehow a vision, a purpose, as Oliver mentioned before. So I'm very happy to introduce here on the stage North Sales CEO Marisa Self, and also my close friend. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have my mic, I think. Thank you. Hi, everybody. Thank you for your kind introduction, Stefano, and thank you for the invitation, Anna, as well. I'm super happy to be here and to really finally figure out who was the crowd I was going to be talking with. So I feel the good energy of wanting to make a change. So probably a lot of the things I'm going to be sharing with you, which is really my passion, and I keep telling my friends, this is the only reason why I'm still in fashion. I'm sure you know a lot of it, so apologies if I'm saying something you already know, but hopefully I can give you the picture of we have to do something different. This is not sustainable anymore, right? So I've been in the fashion business, like Stefano was saying, over 20 years. Many brands that you know, some super big, some small, some doing very well, some others doing turnaround. And in this journey, because it really is a journey, I really have come to realize that we need to reinvent the fashion industry. Fashion cannot die. I mean, it's amazing. We need to keep it. But we need to reinvent it. This is really not the direction, and I know it's very hard. And these conversations I had sometimes with investors, and I say, we can't keep doing this way. And they look at the bottom line, the profit, and I have a very complicated conversation because sometimes, as I always say, sustainability is inconvenient. Sustainability sometimes is expensive, even though long-term is good. And sometimes it doesn't allow designers to do things that they want to do because it's not the right thing for the planet or people. So what I wanted to start saying is, let me be really, I'm Spanish, I'm very dramatic, so take the drama, okay? But think about this. The way we buy fashion today hasn't changed, except for e-commerce, okay? Put e-commerce and digital and the metaverse, take that away. Stores. It's the same thing as last century. Somebody has a shop. This person buys, or if it's a big corporation, there's a forecasting demand planner doing it. Somebody decides what to put in the store. Whatever you don't sell, you do a discount. If it still doesn't sell, you either give it to the second level distribution and you make it disappear, or you put it again in another store. That's the retailer side. What about us as consumers? We still go to a shop. If we like it, we buy it. Normally we buy it, we take it home, we wear it a few times, then we throw it away or give it to my sister in my case, or my cousin, or whatever, right? But that kind of pillars of wanting something, going, buying, and then throwing away, it hasn't really changed. We do a little bit better with the retail experience and all that blah, blah, but it's the same, okay? So, why are we here? Okay, so I love this morning, the introduction, well, this morning, actually, an hour ago. I just feel like I've been here all day, but I haven't. An hour ago. Why are we here? So we're here because I think all of us at least have the curiosity and the interest to make a difference, right? And to find that impact. And I love this movement. So we're here for a movement that hopefully will make it bigger. So, are you guys worried about the overshot day? Do you know what is the overshot day? I just say it just in case somebody hasn't heard, and then you're going to freak out like I do that every year. So the overshot day is the day that the world has consumed the natural resources that it generates for 1 year. Okay? So last year, we consumed the natural resources of the world on the 29th of July. 29th of July. So last year, we needed 1.7 Earths to take care of all of us. But the year before, it was in August. So already last year, we did it bad, right? And guess what? This Sunday, I wake up and I have this bad habit of looking at my phone straight away, and it totally kills my Sunday. Because there was this big thing saying, Spain has already gotten to the overshot day in May. Seriously, my stomach turned, like, this is not the right direction. We're going backwards. This is getting worse. And so then I realized this is a very crazy chart, but this is crazy. That's what I wanted to tell you. So then I realized, and I didn't know, and I'm so involved in this world, I didn't know that every country has a different overshot day. I thought it was just the world. And this really freaked me out, right? So I worried that Spain was here, right? But check out Qatar and Luxembourg in February. I mean, this is nuts. So what it means is Spain already here needs 2.7 Earths to take care of the Spanish people. This is only going to get worse, okay? So my point on this is, we're talking about fashion, but this is about everything else. I'm just going to talk about fashion, but this is the way we live, the way we consume, the way the world is. We're getting more and more people. So we're going to be 8.5 billion. Yeah, I guess we should move there. but no shopping, okay? No, but my point with this is, we can talk, and I'm going to talk now about, definitely recycling and circular economy and the whole thing. We must move in that direction. But the habits, the way we actually live our lives have to change. Because guys, if we keep doing the same collections all with recycled materials, first of all, we'll run out of recycled materials to start with. And secondly, we're still destroying the planet. So that is really the point, that this is not about one industry, it's the whole industry, and it's all of us. It's all of us in different countries, okay? So what does fashion have to do with this? Some facts, and I know you guys probably know some of them. We were just hearing is the second largest the second largest polluter in the industry, but it's also the second largest clean water polluter. It's also emitting the 10% of global carbon emissions that Anna was mentioning, which is together flights and maritime transport. I mean, imagine all the flights and all the boats together, and we are actually, the fashion industry, doing exactly the same. Okay, 80 billion garments are produced every year. I just can't even imagine those zeros. It's just too many zeros. And we've actually produced 400% more garments than 20 years ago. We are not 400% more people in the world than 20 years ago. We're just consuming more. Okay? So, more. The equivalent of one garbage truck full of clothes is dumped or burned in a landfill every minute of every day, of every week, of every month. I mean, but we just produced 80 billion garments, and then we're just going to throw away a truck every minute. So the fashion industry produces 20 billion tons of waste every year, because from those 80 billion, we're not using them all. This is my favorite, and I always say, and I'm sure you all know it, or a lot of it, but a t-shirt, a cotton t-shirt, uses around 2,500 liters of water to be produced. That seems like a lot, right? But if I tell you that that's the water that any of us will need to drink in 3.5 years, so we're taking away of one person 3.5 years of water to buy, and excuse me to say this, but a cheap t-shirt, because I'm saying, I'll wear it 3 times and then I'll throw it away. This is crazy. If we think about a pair of jeans, the average is 15,000 liters. That's 10 years of water of each of us, of one of us. Let's put perspective, okay? This is not about saying we need to stop buying. I'm just saying we need to be responsible in the fashion industry, because I'm leading a company, and of course I need to grow, right? And the investors want profit. But at the same time, I'm saying I don't want to be pushing any more t-shirts out there, because I'm taking water, which we know, by the way, that the world is going to have an issue of water in the future. So this is nonsense, okay? So now let's talk about the consumers, because it's not all on us. It's not all on the fashion business, okay? The consumers have their piece of responsibility. We, on average, wear our garments 7 times. That's the average, okay? Every person, more or less, generates 35 kilos of textile waste a year. 35 kilos is a lot of waste a year in textile. Then we have the plastic and the glass and the... we wear approximately 30% of our closet. Think about you. I think about my closet. Ask my husband and my son, like, Marisa, come on, Mom, another pair of shoes, another jacket. I have things that I haven't worn forever, but they're still there. So if we're really, really honest, most of us here, for not say everybody, we probably have enough clothes for the rest of our lives. But we still buy. Summer comes, I'm like, I don't have anything to wear. So we keep buying. And then when we wash our garments at home, it's really like releasing all these microfibers and microplastics that go straight to the ocean. So more or less, the washing clothes are 500,000 tons, which, by the way, what they say is around 1/3 of the microplastics in the ocean comes from our washing at home. Mainly the polyesters and the nylons, that's what happens. So, all of us are still guilty as well of what's happening. So, I don't want to make you depressed, okay? But this is really like let's just be honest about what's happening out there. So, time is now, guys. We cannot wait anymore. We're already late, okay? So we need to reimagine our business. I mean, I'm a big fan of sustainability and the word sustainability, but what I'm saying now to my team is that's not even good anymore. Being sustainable means that we're going to leave the world as we found it. We're not going to make it worse. But remember the overshot day? We're already in negative, right? So the responsibility of all of us is not only to do it right and sustainable, but we actually need to do a way to make a positive impact in the world with the carbon positive blah, blah, that we'll talk later. So we need to reimagine our business because we cannot give up on fashion, all right? So what do I have in the next, oh yes, so this is very important for me. Oh, it's a pity you don't see the image. This is a wonderful image of ocean and ice getting together. And it looks kind of ugly because it's kind of like a lot of, how do you say, grietas? Well, like cuts in the ice. It's not really pretty, but it's impactful. And this is what I keep telling all my team all the time. Look for progress, not perfection. And this is very stressful in brands because it's like, oh, well, you know, we have to do so many things and I can't have organic cotton everywhere and I can't do recycle and the supplier doesn't give me the raw material. It's okay, breathe. I mean, it's just a little bit each season will make a difference, you know? So all the time we need to find a way to find that progress. And by the way, being dramatic again, to me, perfection means we close the business, we don't produce any more t-shirts and we go home, right? I mean, we don't need much more fashion out there when you look at your closets, but that's not possible. We all want to have the business. So we need to reinvent our current business. And this is, to me, the key for me is business model. Because I've been talking about sustainability for a long time. I've been in different companies doing different things, and everybody's kind of really focused on the collection, on how we design, how we produce, you know, the materials. Then we talk about using less water and the dyeing and not being that toxic. All that is great. But if we keep doing fashion the way we do, as I was saying before, like 12 collections a month, newness every week, push, push, push. Now I'm going to make a promotion so that you buy more, and then I'm going to bring more into the store. I mean, that is the business model. I'm sorry, I know it's not very popular to say things like this, but if we keep doing this, we're not going anywhere, right? I mean, we need dramatic change. And for that dramatic change, the business, I just put here some points that I think are very relevant and can make an impact, but there are a lot more. So the first thing is the brand's behavior. How do we present our brands? How do we talk about our fashion? How do we tell our customers what our product is, what they need to buy? How do we create that customer experience versus the customer expectation? Because if there's one thing that has been good after COVID and during COVID, which everything else has been negative, to me is that people are really waking up more and more on looking at brands with purpose and with values. And you really want the planet to heal, because the planet is screaming help, you know? The planet is sick, so this is something that people are more aware more and more. So we need to find a way to connect with those customers that are already here with us. I mean, they really get it. And then try to get to the ones that for whatever reason don't know about this. I talk to a lot of people that don't know some of the facts, and when I say them, they go like, wow, now you're making me think. You know, I didn't know about this, so now you're making me think. And at least it's the same with little kids. You know, when they do something wrong, but because you didn't tell them, then okay. But when you say, no, you cannot do that, and then they do it again, then there's a problem. So at least if we're able to convey to everybody the facts of what's happening with our actions, I think we can get some more results. Value change. And that is a lot about the people that work there, you know, having a decent salary, not a minimum wage, which is very different. Making sure that the treatment of water they reuse, that the cotton that is cut to make a t-shirt is, you know, taken away to make more t-shirts afterwards. I mean, there's a lot of things, I don't want to bore you with that, but there's a lot of things that from a value chain, the supply chain can really do and make a big impact. The product offer, as I said before, do we really, really, really need to design and produce so many styles? I was just commenting over lunch with Jan. I don't know if you know the brand Shine, whatever you say, is it Chinese? Yes. Shine, how do you say it? Shine. I don't know, but that one. That brand totally freaks me out. So, I mean, no, Olivia, honestly, I mean, 1,000 new styles a day. I didn't make a mistake. 1,000 new styles a day. First of all, what team do they have to do this? And then, seriously, who needs 1,000 new styles a day? So imagine the waste, imagine the liquidation, imagine the amount of trees being cut. I mean, I don't know, it's nuts. And that's like the new monster. It's bigger than Zara at the moment. It's nuts. Collaborations and partners. To me, this is a great example. Just getting the right people around the table and making sure that you evolve. The go-to-market, right? I keep hearing, no, you got to start 2 years in advance so that you do more product. No, I think we need to, I don't know what the solution is, and I'm talking to my team about it. I don't know what the solution is, but the go-to-market fashion brands have today does not work. Does not work, because it's about creating more waste. Pricing and promotion. This is a not very politically correct, but I completely disagree on the pushing on discounts all the time, because you are encouraging people to buy what they don't need. I think some discounts are needed, because we need to get rid of stocks, but I think this whole thing of buying cheap, what happens is you just buy cheap, and then you think you don't have to worry a lot because you can buy more. And that's more the mentality that I'm really worried about. And the financing. So now there's some good investors that are really looking for, hopefully people like you, trying to find the right startups that can really make a difference in the world. And question mark, just do your own list, because this could go on forever. So I wanted to share something with you. I'm not here for North Sales, but you know, funny enough, I was preparing a presentation of North Sales. We have our sales meeting coming up, and I was just looking at the manifesto, and then something interesting happened. The reason why I want to share this with you is because when I joined North Sales 2 years ago, I basically wanted the team to get really embedded in sustainability and really having what I say in their blood, right? And so they had this motto before I arrived, which is go beyond. And I love this H&M Beyond, which I didn't know. And I was really saying, you know, this is exactly what we need as a company. We need to go beyond where we are, because we need to touch a lot of things, right? So I created this manifesto that we call, and if you don't mind, I'm going to quickly read it because I have a point on it, not to talk about North Sales. I have a point for us, okay? So we decided that there is no barrier we cannot defeat, we do not stop, and we do not hide. We stand tall in the wind against the waves of adversity. We face down our fears. We dare to fail, to learn, to overcome. We turn defeat into motivation, challenge into achievement. We go again braver, faster, farther. There is no horizon too distant, no dream too big. Our thirst to explore is limitless. We protect our planet unflinchingly and never look away. We pioneer innovation and live tomorrow today. We dare to go where others can follow. We go beyond. I mean, it's not that we sell a t-shirt, it's about the philosophy. So if we click, no, sorry. Oh, we don't have the animation. Can you go back, please? And you don't see the color. Sorry, we just had something because I had an animation here, so I don't think I can do this right now, but basically, in blue, our color of the day, came out words that I thought, not because North Sales, honestly, I actually took away the North Sales in the animation, and it just appeared manifesto without this. And then I was popping up the words that I think are relevant for us today, because we're trying to change the industry. We need to go to the next level. So now I'm not going to do it right, but it was something like, we dare to fail, to learn to overcome. I think I talked about being braver, because we need to be brave. It's not easy to go back to the office and say a few things. Faster, because we're really in a hurry, okay? And go farther, we need to go farther. Then I talked as well, you know, never look away and protect the planet. Anyway, this is looking terrible now because it doesn't come out. But my point was that it doesn't matter what brand you put in there. I mean, there's certain words that I think are very relevant for us if we really want to get the fashion industry to the next level. Thank you. Thank you. So anyway, I just wanted to share, I don't know how you guys work and how do you focus on how to make an impact in your own company. I'm just sharing what really helps me, and it has helped a lot my team to really understand why we're doing this. This is not me talking to my team saying, we got to be more sustainable. This is about what the United Nations is asking us to do for 2050. The SDGs. This is what everybody's talking about, okay? So what I've done, and I just encourage you to do, if you want to, is with your own company and your own sector to decide where am I going to focus? So the bubbles are what I'm focusing, because that's what I can impact. And I always say to my team, you know, I wish I could do more. I wish I could impact poverty. I wish I could impact gender equality. I mean, I can do that when I hire people, but it's not my big fight, you know. My big fights are those. And I think from there, then what we've done is we've decided that our sustainable platform is going to be on ocean, right? Because it's a sailing company, etc. So for us, what I'm saying is for us, we gotta be the first brand that is ocean positive, because that's what I can impact. You can't touch everything. And we're really, really focused on being ocean positive. So for example, we're planting corals, which I love that initiative, because we can give back to the ocean. So what I'm trying to say is, the same as before I said, let's not look for perfection, let's look for progress. On the strategy on sustainability, I think each of you need to decide in your company where do you focus and just go there. Because otherwise it's really, really easy to get a bit of everything and really have no impact at the end. So with that, my point is we need to have a larger scale transformation in sustainability. I mean, myself from my company, we do what we can and we love it, but it's the big ones. Please, the big ones, you guys can make a huge difference. And I always say that with a lot of love. And you know, sometimes my team comes and says, oh, Marisa, but so-and-so is doing this, and we're doing that. So I'm like, great. The more people that do it, the better. I don't have a problem with competition on this. The more people that get better on sustainability, the industry will change. So I keep asking the big groups with the big power, those are the ones that can really make the impact for the rest. So if we go to the next page, sorry, I got to do this. I mean, this is what is really making us go slower. I think we need to, as leaders and as people in different companies, we need to be really, really honest how far we can go. So there's so much noise in the market, right? And yeah, everybody talks about the greenwashing, but there's a lot of noise. And that noise, what it's doing is it's confusing the consumer, first of all. And the second thing is, because we're saying the right thing, maybe we can delay certain things later. So my focus is I don't care who does better as long as we advance the industry. I don't care if it's H&M, if it's Zara, if it's Gucci, I really do not care as long as we all push in the right direction, whatever we can, because we all have our limits. But this is really delaying the work that we're doing, and together with my new word that I love, I read the other day about it, the green wishing. I mean, that is, yeah, we're going to do it, but not now. Seriously. So what I keep saying as leaders of companies is decide what you can do this year, because we all need to meet the bottom line, right? We all have our investors, our owners, or whatever, and you need to have a number. Say, listen, this year I can do this, but next year I need to do something else. Yeah? So we really need help. So I keep saying we can do a lot from our companies, but really the governments and the legislation have to help. So this movement, Anna, needs to go up and push up, because I think there's only so much we can do. And you know, this is the case of the Rana Plazas, you know, that thousands of people died for really bad conditions. But I would have never believed in governments getting through people like us. But honestly, guys, after COVID, if somebody would have told me I would put a mask and stay in my house for weeks, I would say no way, right? And we did it. So I think we need to push up so that the governments get legislations. And I know most of the governments are pretty useless, and I'm not going to say which countries, but a lot of countries have very useless people, but I think they are the ones that need to help us to go faster. And so this is my point again, sustainability is not enough. We got to get positive, on carbon positive. And so here we are today, right? And I'm not a big expert in technology, but my point on sustainability is it will not happen without innovation and technology. It's just not going to happen. This is not about me getting the jacket of my grandmother and changing the sleeve and rewearing it. We're not going to change the industry this way. And we cannot do it with the same business model that we have now. So I'm really hoping all of you guys, which are smarter than me on this, come up with initiatives that we can test. And hey, again, if it's not perfect, we'll fix it. But we gotta move in a different direction. So just a quick word again from my beginning. So this is where we are today. Natural resources, you take, you make, you consume, you waste. And this is where we need to go. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time here because I think some people will spend a lot more time in a more accurate way. But this is where we need to go. And again, the responsibility is the brands, but also the consumers. And I think, oh yeah, this is, I love Ellen MacArthur Foundation. And so this is, another more articulate way of working on circularity in which, you basically phase out the substances and then you increase clothing utilization, which means you buy less and you use more because it's better quality. You radically improve the recycling, right? And then you make effective use of resources and move into renewals, okay? So I think I have a last page, which, previous to that one, this one. So Sylvia Earle, I don't know if you know her, but she's one of my inspirations. I used to work for National Geographic, and she's one of the explorers. This lady today is 80-something, and she's been underwater for 60 years. Not all the 60 years underwater, but in and out. No, but really, I mean, she's amazing because she started talking about the ocean problems when nobody talked about it, right? She's been fighting to protect areas of the oceans as we protect natural parks on Earth. So, I mean, she's amazing. And she has this sentence, which is, we are the most important people who have ever lived on Earth because technology is now giving us the power to know demand change and to stop treating our oceans as a free grocery store and a garbage dump. And I thought, I'll bring this to you guys because this is actually the most important people right now. This generation, it doesn't matter if we're 20 years older or younger, but this is the type of people that can really make a difference in the world today, and by the way, like yesterday. So, what I wanted to say is the inspiration that I get from this lady is totally relevant to where we are today. So I really encourage you to really think about you as a person that can really make an impact today with your teams, with your family, with friends, and definitely with your companies. So thank you very much for listening, and I look forward to the rest of the day. Thank you.
Really, this was very inspiring and then powerful. I told you that in the beginning. We need to be driven also by passion. And then from Spain to Berlin, it was a great pitch. So we discussed a lot about also technology innovation need to play an important role, and then need to be happen at scale. I met this company approximately 12 years ago. There were just 2 of them, and then they grew from 2 people to 120 people there now. And then the first time I met them, we were trying to test this technology on traceability on a jewelry with the metal, and it was kind of difficult to know how actually you can trace a metal to this technology. But since they've been growing so much because they've been implementing step by step in the value chain the technology to understand where the product come from, how you can actually really managing the entire traceability, transparency in the supply chain. So they've been working with multiple luxury brands around the world. I can mention like 40 of them. Guido is their innovation director, CMO, and a friend of mine. Thank you so much for being come here on the stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefano. And I'm glad to be here. And I want to say thanks also to Marisa, because thanks to her wonderful presentation, now half of mine is completely unuseful. So I save half of the time, but the remaining part is more and more interesting because she had already introduced the context, and it's really interesting that she is so passionate, enthusiastic regarding the changing, the sustainability, the environment, because it's not so standard that a CEO of a company like North Sales, is not driven by numbers, by ROI, by these mathematic behaviors that drive the business. No, so this is really interesting because it's the first slide that I can comment after this slide that is done by Marisa, and also the following. Okay, also the following. Okay, here, thank you. Okay, so the context. The context, as already said, is changing because now the awareness is increased by the consumer, but also by the brands. Because some years ago, the 30, 40, 50 brands we are working with, and that are brands from fashion, luxury, sportswear, fashion, didn't have a ESG manager or a head of sustainability. But now, since 2 or 3 years ago, all of them have one of these sustainability manager with different, let me say, dresses, but with we are discussing the traceability process. So, based on this context, now more, let me say, easy to contact talking about traceability with the goal of the sustainability, we are working on a new model. And so going to the following slide, now our pledge, following the new rules of the European Commission, we are working with the Bocconi SDA. It's a university, one of the most important in Italy, and we are a pool of companies that are managing the different phases of the production. So we are in the pool of the integrators, but are also involved in this chain the producers, the brands, and the product providers. Okay, so the brands that provide just the raw material. And with all these components, we are defining a new value chain that starts from the eco-design, so starting from the prototyping of the product, following the right rules in order to choose the right design, but also the right products in the right season, for the right market in the right part of the world, and following the raw material sourcing, manufacturing of semi-finished products, manufacturing of finished product, so the brands, the green logistics, that it's one of the most important themes for the moment, that it's integrated with the distribution and the wholesale and retail and detailing. Here there is another good player that is the OMS provider, because now omnichannel it's a law for these brands that have to manage the brick and mortar, but also the e-commerce, but also the e-tailer, the warehouse, and so as less movements they can do, as less environmental impact they have. So they can sell better, but also better talking about the environmental impact, okay? And the end-of-life services like recycling, reusing, and regeneration of the item, because now there is another law, a European law, already adopted, by France and Italy, that for the brands now there is the obligation to reintroduce in the production process all the end-of-life products. So all the products that came back to the main warehouse have to be disassembled and managed again. Okay, so next slide, please. Thank you. So as a company participating to this monitor, we are trying to follow and to reach these goals that are focused on gather the information, so between the different stakeholders, so we can help the brands to be more digitalized, more traced, and those the brand can help us to refine and optimize our solution for the fashion processes, and improving the circularity and sustainability of value chains, and especially adopting some indicators that can define how is the impact of specific products, but also specific brands. Okay. Go, please. Okay, so what's our vision behind the solution that we are trying to provide? to the brands, the traceability to achieve sustainability, because traceability represents the abilities of the company to track, report, and follow the journey of materials. And so how can support the traceability, the sustainability? Providing the source for the information displayed to the final customer, but also providing this information for the brand, because the brand has to communicate this information, so how much is sustainable or not a product, to the final customer. But if they don't trace all the different phases, so the providing of the raw material, the production, the logistics, they cannot say in a transparent way, maybe using blockchain or some other way of authentication processes, they cannot do it. And okay, so with the traceability, we want to help the company to achieve more efficiency, more resilience, more responsiveness, and more transparency. Okay. These are the 4 circles that explain the whole supply chain of a brand. So from the sourcing of the raw material, passing through the manufacturing, the logistic phase, and the customer experience, engagement, and second-hand market or return in the main warehouse. Go, please. Okay, so this is a list of a customer, not to celebrate with we are working, but just to explain what I said before. So neither one of these brands had a sustainability manager. But now the sustainability manager or DSG manager is the main people with we are talking regarding traceability issues. Okay? And so, yeah.
Why 15 years, 10 years ago there were no one sustainability, but somehow were interested in supply chain? What's the difference between 10 years and now? In the vision of the company, right? Because supply chain was always important, right? But what's the big change?
Yeah, I think that the main goal was, but please, Marisa, correct me if, if I'm wrong. Before, the main driver was the optimization of the economic performance. I mean, our main habilitator is the chip, is the RFID chip that we put inside the garments. And through the RFID chip, we can move, read, and check massively boxes and pallets of garments. So the main goal for the brands was to optimize the different phases in store for the inventory or other phases, but also for the warehousing. Now that the management of this company is driven by sustainability issue, also because also for financial purposes, they wanna meet some goals and reach new customer, reach a new, not more a niche of market, but a big part of the market. The sustainability and the impact of the production is one of the main goals that they have to manage.
I think this is quite important. I mean, technology has been there since many years already. Yeah? So the point is, before there were no one talking about sustainability because there was no one customer really cared about that. So the same company, the same client, they shift the services because now, thanks also sustainability as a business, if we have the company to save money, to save costs,
Yeah.
and to go faster, actually we're also producing less impact on planet. So if we mix value with technology, we can achieve this at a larger scale. So this is why now your role is much more important than before also.
Yeah, we added some modules, so technically speaking, that are tracking the raw materials. That was completely not a focus until 5 or 3 years ago, because they have a connection with the different providers. For example, the alpaca or cashmere providers, the farmers for the different kind of leathers, etc. They had just some traces, but they didn't know, they didn't want to manage exactly which was the exact farmer that was producing that kind of product. Now they want to track correctly each kind of product and each lot of product. So they want to pair a specific lot of product with all the items that they will produce. So when they bring on the market the final product, so a shirt or something similar, they can say to the customer, okay, that cotton was from that specific field in that specific part of the world. And tracking all the different movements, they can track the environmental impact based on the culture, based on the chemical elaboration, and also on the transportation, because as Marisa said before, now the production of the fashion market is the second most impactful industry on the environment. And so this is just a quick explanation of what we are doing. So we have a layer with some products that put in contact the digital world with the physical world. So we track all the phases, starting from the raw material, passing to the product production, good production, supply chain, retail operation, sales, and recycle, and all this information are pairing with the final product. So all the different phases are managed by us or by other players that are integrating with us in order to give a full information. Please go to the next slide. So the digital passport of the product, of each product. And from here, it's also possible to talk about Metaverse, but it's a long story. But just to explain you quickly, the idea behind our approach to the Metaverse or digital world is to apply a specific serial number for each digital twin of each product. Because using the RFID instead of the QR code, barcode, SKU, etc., there is a serialization behind each product. So in this way, for each specific product, so 10 identical t-shirts can be managed as 10 different items. So if you buy a specific item in the real world, I can provide you the exact product also for the digital world, as ownership, I mean. And this is the final slide in which I explain a little bit better the process regarding the traceability for the raw material, the production, and the second end. So starting from the farm and breeding factories, we collect the information of the raw material, the certificates of the origin and provenience, who is the manufacturer. So for example, the made in, I come from Italy, and the made in Italy, it's one of the most important things for some specific brand. The logistic part until the sales phase and the second hand market, before to come back if it's not sold on the main warehouse. And here there is the specific process of the disassembly regarding the end of life of the product, that it's the last part of the solution that we have implemented, and it's related to the moment in which the brand receive again the end of life product, and the brand has to disassemble the different kind of products like bags, shoes, ready to wear, etc. So they can receive the item. After the tag reading, they can reach all the information regarding the previous life of the product and of all the components. So the leather, the metal, the cotton, etc. And they can apply to the different components that they put again inside the production process instead of their own production phase or selling to other producers, the information regarding the origins, the production, etc., etc., etc. Okay? If you have questions,
Today, we say that we need to start making an impact. Technology that can bring at scale on the sector is actually what a really big impact. So thank you so much for your testimonial. Thank you.
So thank you. So we want to create a movement. So that means we have to move. And I would like to invite you downstairs to three rooms actually, with 3 data labs we are providing for you. The first one is from H&M Beyond. You go in as a single person, and hopefully you're coming out as a group moving something forward, right? Did I understand it right? The next data lab is from Telecom Fashion Fusion. Kolja will go with you through curate yourself, Metaverse, identity, blockchain, and so on. And then you find our room, Yoona room, and then you can test our virtual reality, seeing a fashion show, which we did with Gary Weber, actually a very traditional brand, but we converted them to work digital. So we invite you, and also we have drinks and food downstairs. Please move, and we see us in 1 hour in Laura. In 1 hour, what time? What time is that? 4:35. We see us here again. Thank you. I hope you had a great time in our data labs. And now I would like to have on stage our Berlin change makers. Mali, I think you have to sit in the middle, right? And Daniel, here. And Jan. So this is my, it's also coming from my heart because I know these people, I mean, not that long you, Daniel, but the other two, I know them so long. I think I cannot even remember when we met first. So first of all, I would like that you present yourself.
Okay, happy to be here. My name is Jan. I'm working for Berlin Partner. We are the business promotion agency, and I'm responsible for the account management. So we have a lot of account manager in Berlin helping startups and industry companies to grow. And I'm also responsible for the startup topic. And yeah, we are doing different things, strengthen the ecosystem, working very close together with the Senat and the IBB to have good products for all of you. And yeah, one thing we also do, we did a lot with Yoonaverse, and for example with Anna, you see on a slide is yeah, if you are able, if you are willing to enter other markets, we have different programs you can use. For example, I think in 3 weeks you are with us in Paris on the VivaTech. And therefore we have a big network with other cities, international startup ecosystems like New York, London. And yeah, there's a lot of things we do and we can offer for you if you like to go abroad. And we also have this program called Back to Global. The program manager, Magdalena, is there. It's also a program we have especially for Asia, and new markets where also startups or Berlin small and medium enterprises are yeah, having the chance after Corona to come together like today and to test a new market. Yeah, that's maybe for the beginning for my person, and I'm very happy to be in this round.
So my name is Mali Baum. How can I present myself? I have many hats, but the hat relevant for today is W Lounge, and I hope you know W Lounge very well because we're working very well with the Berlin Senat and all the entities to level up the ecosystem in Germany. Originally, I'm from Tel Aviv. I live in Berlin for 8 years. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I built 6 companies and a fund. We are investing in diversity. We are investing in sustainability and very much focused on climate. I'm also a jury in the European Commission Fund Horizon, also to make sure that deployment of the money goes to the right direction and more for diverse team. As W Lounge, we also have a full building in Invalidenstraße. This is quite new in a sense of like supporting startups when it comes to access to network, to mentorship, to leadership, to investors, to female investors, to accelerators, venture capitals, and so on and so on. So bottom line, the idea is to really use the network for supporting young generation startups to really make the best of their potential.
Yeah, and I'm Daniel Haver. I used to establish a company 25 years ago. I'm one of the co-founders. The company is called Native Instruments. We were one of the first companies to turn computers into musical instruments with the power of software. Back then we were a startup, but the startup scene really didn't exist in Berlin, nor the term was very popular. I actually learned about it when Newsweek magazine, funny enough, they really featured us in '98 and said Berlin startup, and I was like, okay, so that's what we are. A bunch of guys here in Mitte actually, we started and then went back to Kreuzberg. Anyway, I've run the company for 23 years, exited 1.5 years ago, and went on a sabbatical, just relaxed after 30 years of being an entrepreneur. And now I just recently established a non-profit organization that wants to get involved in the climate change issue and also, let's say, other social and democracy issues that society is facing, and helping with that in the beautiful countryside of Uckermark, because I fell in love with that area and felt, why not do something here? Because you have to imagine wonderful landscapes, but lots of conventional farming with a lot of poison in the soil. So there's, I think, a lot that can be done better.
Thank you. So when I first met Mali, she was always talking about Berlin is a blue ocean. So I have to remember always, and I also bought this book, right? So
Blue Ocean Strategy.
Yeah, the Blue Ocean Strategy. After she was talking about, and what is interesting now for me is when you came to Berlin 8 years ago. You started how long ago? 20 years ago.
5 years ago.
You are also, I don't know how long in Berlin.
He's also Blue Ocean.
Originally from Northern Germany, then 10 years in Cologne. And then I came to Berlin 12 years ago.
Yeah,
so.
And this is super interesting for me. How was Berlin when you arrived, and how you see it now?
Mm-hmm. Okay, I think for me, if we also look to the other big European cities, I think what makes Berlin very fantastic is the diversity. Also, if you look at the tech sectors, if you think of London, you always think of fintech. If you think of Berlin, you have a lot of bubbles. If you think of our startup ecosystem, it's 150 different bubbles. And I think we just heard how it starts. It's something happened really great into the city of freedom and diversity. And I think this is something I also saw from 2008 to now when I arrived in the city, and I also lived in the different districts. And I think it's also our main task, and maybe also the main weakness, that we have so many bubbles. So how to bring it all together? Like today we heard a lot of sustainability, good ideas we have, but I think we need a vision in Berlin. We have to be much more faster and better in implementing, not writing strategies, to bring these bubbles together, and especially also from the city and the council, that we have more speed and implementing these ideas we have now in Berlin after this startup boom. And this is something what I see, but it's still a way to go. We are just having 20 unicorns, but what is behind? There's a crowd of tech startups and different tech bubbles, and now we have to go the next step.
Thank you. And Mali, what about the Blue Ocean?
So raise your hand if you know what Blue Ocean is. Okay, so I will say something, because that's actually what you're asking me, Anna. You know, before I came to live in Germany, and I would say it's family originally is from Germany, from Berlin and Frankfurt, so this is why we brought the kids here. I worked in Silicon Valley, New York, and also China for many years. We had a toy company production. Yes, sustainability wasn't a topic back then, but Blue Ocean is where you see a lot of competition, a lot of people doing many things, and suddenly you are coming and you can build something that no one can compete you in a very, of course, like shallow level. So when I came to Berlin, and again, 8 years ago, Berlin doing amazing since then, correct me if I'm wrong, you know the numbers. Berlin was literally a desert in a sense of no female founder, no female investors, not enough women in significant place in decision makers, corporates, and that was the point that I said, like, I have to, step down to my own company, and I have a big mission. I have a bigger mission, and that was the Blue Ocean. The Blue Ocean, in a sense of like, I was the crazy one that was on stage and talk about Berlin is the place, Berlin is unique, and let's talk about diversity, because we have a big problem. We are like 20 years behind what's happening in Tel Aviv, New York, and Silicon Valley, and not because we don't have the education, the money, or the infrastructure. It's just something in the culture. So fast forward, Berlin today, or I would say W Lounge today, because this is one of my biggest babies in the sense of it's not even only a company, it's a movement, doing very much with many biggest corporates or Mittelstand or names in Germany, but always student, Generation Z, and startups, because I see that this is the future. So we all, I would call it as an older generation, has to give it back, has to mentor, has to invest, and the idea is that we're doing this stronger in Berlin than other ecosystem in Germany, and we see it. We're working with other cities as well, but in Berlin it's much more progressive, and I would say luckily they are copying a lot of things that we are doing. And they even ask me, like, Mali, can you do what you're doing in Berlin, but in our city sometimes? So I think Berlin is in a good place, but global level, we are very much far behind, just because we don't have enough of the diversity and the understanding that we need to scale up. And not having like a lot of startup by the definition of having startup, but raising unicorns and raising significant companies here.
I find it actually very interesting, because we talked before the panel a little bit, and you told me that Berlin and especially Germany as a whole is behind in terms of diversity. And you asked for how it was back then, and you know, I don't want to deny that at all. It's just,
please do.
When I came from, I come originally from Cologne, and then went to Hamburg and lived in Barcelona, and then I came to Berlin. To me, it was the most freaking diverse place
Yes.
I've ever been.
Of course.
So
comparing,
and compared to any other place that I had been before, and I really enjoyed that. So it's interesting that a place that because my job, you know, we're a music company, and if you weren't participating in the Berlin nightlife, you weren't really in the music industry. That, you know, that didn't go well together. So, you know, I lived in the clubs back then, and in the daytime, I made sure that the company went the right direction. But what I sensed in the city in terms of people coming in from everywhere in the world, in the beginning it was primarily from all over Germany and some foreigners abroad. Now, obviously, that has changed over the last 10, 15 years, and we see now all nationalities. And it's interesting that a city that is known to be the most, I would really think that it's the most tolerant, or one of the most tolerant cities and places in the world, and I've seen quite some places over time, and so it is, there is a certain contradiction here that again, I'm not denying. I just find it interesting, fascinating, and shocking. How can be a place that you move in be so diverse, and then in the companies not as much? And I have to admit, we started our company with 6 men, all my age, all white guys. So
I mean, today we flipped company like you, and we call you like a good guys because you are changing, you know, but changing by doing. And you actually talked about clubs. I'm talking about the economy. Probably that's the reason.
But funny enough, all the people that I saw in the clubs worked on the daytime for me, so it was actually not so different.
Yeah, let's agree that we agree, but on the same time, that was my blue ocean that Anna mentioned.
Oh, sure.
And
I didn't mean to criticize. I'm just saying, you know, it's
the
interesting
opposite,
conflict.
Yeah, it is.
Or paradox, I guess.
It is, or maybe what you saw from the outside, it wasn't the truth, but that was my beginning of niche that I said, okay, I know so many people all over the world, so many things I did. I built significant company, global selling level. There's no way that I cannot contribute in this ecosystem. And at some point, it was not even about me, it was about mission. And then we brought, like, of course, the Senate and the Bundestag themselves, mainly like the Wirtschaft, the economy sector, and then, of course, the biggest corporates, because they're dealing with application, diversity, talents, and all of these layers that we are there to provide, you know, the network provide the answers, I believe. It's not even one person, it's all together.
Yes, I mean, you're talking about music industry and you're talking about companies. It's kind of different, and but
sure, there's some.
But what I found interesting when we talked, Daniel, and then I said, I want to create a movement in Berlin and that we've seen as fashion tech city worldwide. And then you said, I cannot talk about that. I created in Berlin like a music
I didn't say I want to jump on your panel right away.
But that was my invitation. So how did you do that, and what did happen that you created this movement in Berlin?
Yeah, actually, obviously, I intended to just build a great company. I didn't really intend to create any kind of movement. But the truth is we did. We did because not only did the company grow and a lot of people were living off the company and with the company in Berlin, but a lot of people also either left the company to start new companies. Native Instruments, quite well known in Berlin, but Ableton is too, for those that are maybe not here from the music, which have a music background. And Ableton is actually ex-Native Instruments people, and they are this other star brand in Berlin. And there is for sure at least a dozen other smaller companies that came out of Native Instruments, started their own thing. Sometimes it's just 3 guys that work since 20 years in that fashion and do a good job. But at the same time, and that I found even more fascinating, our big competitors back in the late 90s were the Japanese companies. They were owning the musical instruments market when it comes to synthesizers and stuff. And they moved also here now, so they have offices in Berlin because they need to be where it's going, where it's happening. And we have the Super Booth that just happened last week, an event that is for the music tech nerds. But anyway, it's so by now we have really established a whole ecosystem, and I believe that in what we do in music tech, Berlin is probably the most important city in the world by now in this specific area, at least one of the top 2 or 3. And that's fascinating to see that you can have an impact and really form more than a company, but create a kind of a movement. And again, a lot of people move here. And then one thing that I want to add to it, why could we do that in Berlin? And I believe it's really because this is a place where art lives, all art forms, and especially music. And there is this German engineering mentality. Throw these 2 things together and you get a great tech company in the creative space. And so I think there is an opportunity. I'm not a fashion expert, so you didn't invite me for that part. No. But I can totally see that with fashion being a very creative domain and tech being around, that maybe you're able to, and with this little event here, you can pave the way and at least start with it to change something and maybe build another little ecosystem, because Berlin has the power to do that. Whenever it's about creativity, this is the place to be. And nothing has changed.
Yeah, that's why we are here, right? So Jan, you from the government coming, what do you think about Berlin as a fashion tech movement city?
Yeah, like I told, we are all Berlin partner. Everybody who's supporting the economy, it's like you're totally right. It's seen as a state of Berlin. We are also part of it. Yeah, I think it's one, like I said, this different bubbles. This is one big important, and we have other big importance. And like most of you know, Julia, we have a Berlin partner. We are structured with our 200 people. We are helping very concrete, so do the people in my team, but we also have like people for this tech topics. We have Julia Krüger for blockchain, Julia Krüger for AI, or for fashion tech, and this is we try to bring knowledge and network. This is what we can offer, and we are very close to the politician to say, hey, we need more areas for piloting the ideas. We have this ecosystem, but we also have a lot of problems. We have this. Look at the history of the airport, look at how the city goes from low level, state level, the German level. There's a lot of things to do the next 10 years if we want to be really sustainability, to make it not happen in May, that we all have done used all our resources. Berlin should be, for the rest of the world, should be also a place where they look for new ideas, implementing sustainable ideas and impact. economy. And I think this is something we are just at the moment working on with the Senate from also the new major, Ms. Giffey. She's very into it, that we have until September. We are working on the startup agenda, and there are the topics behind our diversity, and also, like you said, bring the mentality changed. If a student from the TU Berlin today is not only thinking of going to Bosch, he's maybe also thinking of what can I do. So this changed, but I think we also need to bring the old and the new economy. We have a lot of events and we test a lot, but we have to do it better than we did in the past, so that a lot of good ideas also finding their customer and their investor here in Berlin and not somewhere else. I think there's some things we want to work on the next years, and I think at the moment there's a good time also from the political side.
All from the same party. It's working better.
It's working better. And the senator, Mr. Schwarz, he's not in any party. He's just from the, he's a big owner of a company too, so it's also a good idea, not only to, also to use independent people for this.
I have also to say that Berlin partner Julia, she's sitting there, is a big supporter, and also the travel, when we're traveling with you, it's so well organized. I just told Anna, working with you, that's an amazing job. So thank you for that, for supporting startups here that much. And Marley, you were saying you're creating also movement with AUXO and all those female now VCs coming on. Do you think you started also a movement, and there's a movement going on?
I don't want to call it movement, because if we compare it to percentages other market, it's less than 1%, so it's definitely not there. I mean, let's not fake it, okay, as we talked. That's not greenwashing, yes? Definitely not here.
Please not.
Let's be very, if we have a problem in production. We also have a problem in producing very successful female in Germany. And this is culture. This is why we build the accelerator for female industry, the leadership program, everything that eventually you're touching the seeds to enable them. So for your question, let's call it a movement. It doesn't matter. I would call it a hype, a positive one. And hopefully we will have more, you know. If I was the crazy one 5 years ago, so maybe I'm less crazy right now, but still the same values, the same mission. So potentially it is a movement. But I have to tell you, comparing to any other ecosystem, New York, China, Israel, Berlin is heaven for entrepreneurship, because you have so much of support from the public sector, capital-wise, that you can dream of in other countries. So when I came here, I said, like, how come? You know, I needed to go. I was 26, building my first company, going to investors. Yes, back then it was only a game of investors, you know, guys. But here there's so much beyond that the government is supporting, and this is very much also important to mention.
Yeah, that's true. We also are happy about that, that heaven. The last question would be, what would be your vision for Berlin? What would you say? What is your vision? What should be done? What is the future?
Yeah, I mean, maintain a little bit of what I was just talking about, you know, this also place that allows the underground to prosper, to bring new creativity and new streams of thinking out. I think that was what Berlin is known for since centuries by now. And funny enough, just listen to this new Fischer Z Berlin song, which is really good. He did this analog version of it, and his age still singing well. Anyway, a lot of people sing about Berlin and its power and passion that you can sense, and I hope the city will keep that vibe and allow for the crazy minds of this world to prosper and to find their way into business or just into life. I think this is what I would like to see. Will it happen? So far, I think things don't look too bad. But of course, we go the way that many big metropolitans go, lots of money.
By all means.
You know, so now you have to go to Oberschöneweide, which I learned was called Oberschweineöde back in the GDR times. And but I think this is what Berlin still has to offer. We shouldn't underestimate that, because we call of the we talk about the gentrification and of certain areas and neighborhoods and da. But lucky enough, Berlin has a lot of amazing spots in the, not yet even suburbs, but in, you know, not the very center. So I think there is still a lot of room to grow. Plus, I personally also believe, and maybe you're going to say he's crazy, but I think really that even Brandenburg and the smaller cities over there and some villages, because, you know, home office, internet, we know that. I have a better line in the Uckermark than I have here in Berlin with my internet. And it changes things. So I think the crazy Berlin scene will hopefully also find spots, and some do. A lot of artists move out of the city, but still close enough to, you know, come back and enjoy the clubbing and the restaurants and stuff. And I hope that's gonna work out so that we still have this diverse, great place that it always used to be.
I agree. And I have to say, in a personal level, that the fact that I'm raising my 2 teenagers here, it's only, you know, I said
it's
it all.
Statement.
It's a statement, exactly.
Absolutely.
It's not that they don't have other options. So Berlin is the place to be. With this, I would say that there is something in the culture that it's, as you mentioned, the old industry and new industry. I just wrote an article for a book, you will see it in August probably, and on Generation Z in Germany, which I believe that this is the generation for them. Diversity, it's not an issue, very open, very global, going and coming. Germany is a home, but it's not the only home for them, which bring a lot of globalization and open for Germany, and that was what Germany is suffering or was suffering from. So I want to mention something, we're talking about this a lot, between women in every level, every stage, even if you're 60, even if you're 20. It's not impolite to dream yourself as becoming financially independent and work for your financial freedom. This is a big problem in Germany. It's like not sexy enough to talk about this. But when I'm in New York or other places, you know, people putting their Birkin on table just because they invested in amazing people and great startup, and this is the investment. This is the outcome. So you don't want to talk about this like the shallow part, but in the achievement, because you took what you have and follow or forward that to other people. So I'm a big believer in Generation Z. This is the reason I'm working with a lot of family office in Germany, because we aim for the same goal, to invest in the younger generation and to truly, truly see significant unicorns company coming up out of Berlin. So we are optimistic for sure.
Cool. And Jan?
Okay. Yeah, just I think what I mentioned before, the behind the more B2C orientated unicorns we are all talking about, and like really success stories like this Fling in from 10 months up to 16,000 employees. But like I said, behind, in my point of view, we have this impact, and also like in this area in fashion tech, we have a lot of interesting founders and development of companies which could be, if you look 10 years further as a vision, it could be the new German Mittelstand. I mean, 10 years ago, Munich and southern Germany were just like laughing from a high level, but now all the big companies there, and not in Japan, also realize there's something happened in Berlin. And my vision would be that this dream comes true of the new Mittelstand, and that we also never forget of like diversity, like you said, that we go further, that we have more female founders, and that we, especially in these days with the terrible war around, that we keep this and we make it bigger and try to be as diverse as possible. And also, what I also want to mention is, yeah, there are a lot of foreign companies coming. Berlin is magnets attractive, but if you look on the details, we also should be better in making it as easy as possible for the people coming when they come here to found out of Europe. We need something like a Berlin startup visa, like Estonia, other countries have to make it easy that these people can just concentrate on their entrepreneurship and not on community department and stuff like that. It's became better, but it's still not the end.
Thank you. That was almost an advertisement for Berlin, what we did. I just recognized. Do you have any questions, maybe, to some of the 3 Berlin game changers?
I was wondering if you feel like the bureaucracy gets in the way of digitization and kind of like the push for it, because like we noticed that even some of the institutions we've kind of partnered with at the school we go with is they're still very analog. Like they do still everything by paper, and obviously we want Berlin to be this like really innovative tech-oriented company, but there seems to be this resistance to digitization. So yeah, so how do you think that can change? You know, you mentioned culture. How do you think we can change that?
It's like I said, we have the bubble in the startup ecosystems, and we also have the bubbles around, like the citizens. If we are very true to ourselves, we all live in our bubbles, and what you mentioned is totally true. Like, I mean, there was a big success that the EBB, you could give them their your funding forms digital, but you can't do it in every funding program in English. Why not? Why don't we develop things like that? That's something you mentioned. Yeah, it's something it also has to do with the mentality. Also, you need in the community departments and all some of the citizens, they are very far away from this. They know that we have this startup boom, that they are from their personal life, but these people are sitting there and making these jobs, and we have to bring it together. We have, like I said, we don't need like one good example. We need more speed also with this, because like you said, you're right. If we don't do it, we won't achieve the greater goals. You're true, but I don't have some. Also, I'm just also, to be honest, Berlin Partner can be also a small puzzle in this. But we can, for example, what I have in mind the next month, because I have my team. There's in every Berlin district I have one team member, and also in districts like Marzahn. And we want to for the smaller. You know, if you are here, you realize it's not the state. The real important decision is on the Bezirks level. It's very, very typical for us. So to bring these people together with the innovative people, I think we haven't done enough to speed up. Some idea I have and I can do, but there's a lot of other things we have to do with digitalization of GovTech and also the Senat too. Why don't we have a city app? I don't know. We should do. It's up to me tomorrow.
But it is happening. I can tell you from my own experience, there are many startups coming here, East Europe, US, Silicon Valley. I mean, it's a positive movement, but yes, there are some cities or some countries that are getting preferred visa, I would say. But I think 2 years ago, politicians would never talk about startups. They talk about factories, manufacturing, automobility, and now it's really coming more and more into their table, and this is the big change. So I think it's really happening.
We have one last question, and then I see also already the sign that we have to stop talking. Okay, one last question.
I just wonder, because we always also deal with discussion, I'm coming from a background of consulting and sustainability and based in Berlin, and for so many years we have this crazy strands here of sustainable fashion scene, and now also the growing fashion tech scene, etc. And we see it the same way, like you put it, like Berlin is the place to be. But so often it feels like for the stakeholders here in Berlin, it is so difficult to really understand it and work with it. I feel it's way more perceived from the outside like this, but within here it's not really, well, at least not utilized how it could be, I think, in terms of, in so many ways, as employer branding, but also as just like networking here and being like proud of being like a pioneer in Berlin that is pushing topics like that.
Yeah,
so much more power.
Yeah, I guess I don't have an answer for you. I can just tell you that what happened in the music tech space in Berlin was never in a consolidated joint fashion. So we didn't achieve that goal because we were working together. We were actually competing very heavily. And so probably you need something like a lighthouse that stands for what you want to achieve. In this case, fashion tech, something, you know, it needs to be something that people look at and that then has this magnetic power to it and it just pulls others in. I think with events like this and possibly similar things, you can maybe also achieve more of an impact, but that is not what I can talk about because my industry, we never did that. We just competed as tough as we could and the winner didn't take it all, luckily. But anyway, I'm just saying we didn't make extra efforts. It just happened the way that I described in the beginning. But that doesn't mean that it wouldn't help to work together. Also, maybe last point here, I think we also live more in a world of collaboration than we did 25 years ago. Also, when I ran the company the last years, collaboration, cooperation was much more important than it ever was in the years before. So maybe such approach is also today a more viable and will be also more accepted. When I would have approached my competitors 20 years ago, they would have said, what the fuck do you want? No, we are not working together with you, you know, that kind of thing.
So I think I have the answer, and this is exactly W Launch, and Anna can share also from her own experience, I would say. But even more than this, since we have a full building, we bringing artists, and we even running NFTs activities, so all the access of what the ecosystem need is running in under one roof. We call it the first hub for sustainability and diversity. So I think it's bringing the big picture. So it's exactly like this. This is really the missing part, and it's existing under W Launch.
Okay, thank you. We have also one hub, right? So thank you, Daniel, Mali, and Jan, and I give the words to Stefano to explain who's coming next. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
How you feel, Berlin? We need some energy here, eh? So fresh air is a little bit warm. It's a nice day, but warm. Now we're going to touch an important topic, one of the most important for our life: water, ocean. And the next guest will be is representing the most important foundation in the world that protects the ocean. The ocean is in their own core mission. And somehow the purpose to protect the ocean is for every one of us extremely important for our survivance in this planet. As we say today, fashion is the second most polluting sector in the world. The microplastic, as Marisa reminded us this morning, is having a strong impact on the ocean. Microplastic have been found also in babies, so in the placenta for the mothers, so it's a topic that is actually urgent to address. The One Ocean Foundation is actually mission, is also tracking down different sectors in order to study scientifically what actually is the problem, to then finding potential solution. So I'm honored to invite here on the stage Jan, the secretary here at One Ocean Foundation. Please.
Thank you very much, Stefano. What an introduction! Wow. So I know it's a bit late in the afternoon, but I hope I wake you up a little bit. Oh, double mic.
So drop the mic, as Obama say. You should have already one.
Clear to go? Okay, cool. All right, it definitely works. Thanks very much. It's a great pleasure to be here. When I got the invitation from Stefano and from Anna, I thought it's a great occasion, not just because of a lot of young people, a lot of startups, and we're talking about future topics that are key for the next 10 years. I'll tell you later why. Probably a lot of you know already about the impact of the fashion industry on the ocean environment. But I'll probably challenge you how much you know about the ocean and why the ocean is so important for every one of us. Because at least when I did school, but even if I look at my kids when they're doing the school, these things are not really in their books. And I wonder why. Probably because the ocean has always been, I don't know, just this big blue something out there on freedom, on adventure, but we haven't really explored it. We know more about the moon, we know more about space than we know about the ocean. 10% of the ocean has been discovered so far. 10%. And we're having billionaires talking about missions to Mars. I would wonder, if it's maybe worthwhile to dig a bit deeper in the ocean because we don't have much time left, and why it's so important. So I'm not sure how much time I have. It used to be an hour, so I prepared like a whole presentation, but let's go through it. You'll give me a sign if I have to speed up a little bit. And maybe let's start with a video, because I think that's important. Just to give a bit of an introduction.
Life began in the ocean, and without the ocean, all life might end. And yet, the oceans are threatened today as they never have been before, inundated every year by enormous quantities of rubbish, paper, wood, metal, and endless tons of plastic, all originating from the land and slowly breaking up in the salt water until they become tiny 5mm particles, known as microplastics. Every year, these particles lead to the death of birds, mammals, turtles, and fish. In one way or another, they damage all marine life, from the minuscule krill to the great predators, eventually affecting us through the food we consume. By 2050, there could be more plastic than fish in the ocean. At the same time, we must face the challenge of climate change. The oceans cover 70% of the Earth's surface. They carry heat from the equator to the poles. They regulate the climate and provide the water that we drink. As the surface temperature of the oceans rises, hurricanes and flooding will occur more frequently. As the amount of greenhouse gases released into the atmosphere increases, more carbon dioxide is absorbed into the water, in turn leading to greater acidity in our oceans. This acidity is a very serious threat to the planet, just as serious as global warming and with unpredictable consequences to the food chain and the well-being of the oceans and even the human race. Protecting the oceans means acting now to safeguard our present and our future. That's why we like the Blue Economy. It focuses on research, innovation and technology to transform our methods to produce, distribute and consume. Innovative solutions in maritime operations, transport and financial instruments. We can meet these challenges. We can create new sustainable work opportunities in a maritime industry worth $3,000 billion a year. But we can only protect what we understand, appreciate and love. This is the aim of ocean literacy. They're researchers, educators, communicators and volunteers. We all have an important task to understand how the oceans influence our lives and how we influence the life of the oceans. To take care of the oceans is to take care of ourselves.
Three years ago, or 4 years ago, when we did the first international forum in Italy, inviting all kind of institutions from the United Nations, UNESCO, heads of from the scientific community. And it was interesting because Italy, being surrounded by water, I was quite surprised. It was the first forum, 2-day forum, international forum they ever did on ocean, on the importance of the ocean. So I was a bit surprised. Anyway, it brings us to Berlin, and we don't really have much ocean in Berlin, do we? But as we know from the video, each one of us has an impact on the ocean, directly or indirectly. Everyone has a washing machine, right? We heard about the microfibers. So it brings us back to the textile industry, unfortunately. But it's just one of them. So from what we're doing in the One Ocean Foundation is, we're trying to, one of our missions is, we think, since there's not much time left to change, we don't have the resources to go through policymakers trying to change laws. We think the fastest and quickest way to change things and move things around is through entrepreneurship, talking to companies, trying to help companies in the transformation to sustainability, and tell them why, number one, that they have an impact, because some of them really don't know that they have an impact on the ocean. While I talk about the ocean, you'll realize quickly it's all interconnected, right? We're talking about climate change. The ocean is just a piece of the puzzle. So climate change has an impact on the pH level, on the increase of the water temperature. I could go through more technical issues on why all this is affecting us on the climate. There's hurricanes, there's droughts. So, you know, fashion industry has huge impact on the raw materials, on the cotton fields. Cotton fields, you're going back to agriculture, going back to nutrients, getting fed in the soil. It's all interconnected, right? And the sooner we realize that, the better it is. So one of the things that we do with the foundation is trying to help the companies, trying to help entrepreneurs, number one, understand their impact. And number two, once you know that you have an impact, then you can actually start to change and do something about it, okay? And so I'll end up with a presentation. We did a report that was published, a scientific report that was published last year, a deep dive on the fashion industry. I'll tell you in a second why. And you can download it. It's open source. Go on the website and you can download it. It's a deep dive on fashion industry, and it gives you basically also solutions and what you should concentrate on. And we'll get into this a little bit later on, but some of the things, probably as Marisa knows, they're probably much easier to apply for startups rather than for companies and brands that have been in this game for the past 20 years. For them, it's hugely difficult to change because of the whole business model, because of the way they're set up. So being a startup, you can basically start from scratch. You can choose your suppliers already now. You can use the technology and avoid all these gaps that the big players so far in the industry are struggling with. Let's move forward. I mean, this is, I'm not going to go into the other areas that we are focusing on the foundation, but this is just to give you an idea on where we started with McKinsey and Bocconi University and CSIC, which is the Spanish sort of scientific arm of the government. We started on a report that started out with two areas. One, we thought, okay, let's try to analyze how the industry has an impact. What impact does the industry have on the ocean? Different industries. So we did a whole map. I think we involved 54 scientists, oceanography scientists, on their impact on the pressures that the industries are causing on the ocean internationally. And we did a study with companies on their awareness of their impacts. Okay, so this started off in 2019. In 2020, we had the opportunity to present a study to the United Nations, and this has been rolled out on 1,660 companies. So it went really international. And basically what we found out was when we go into the Ocean Disclosure Initiative that was presented last year, at the end of last year, through these reports that the actual awareness factor was really low from the companies. From the different industries, there were very few industry leaders that realized, even in the absence of laws or regulations, that just because they believed in what they were doing and sustainability was part of their value proposition, they were doing the right things and they were driving actually the innovations. And so the Ocean Disclosure Initiative, we found basically there was a huge gap, and it was a gap on reporting. And I'm sure you all know about ESG and the importance of ESG. It has not so much on the startups yet, but especially if you're a listed company, you have to do your sustainability balance sheets. And unfortunately, there's a lot of greenwashing, as we heard the word before. Simply because there's no standards on specific issues. Now, it's tough to do greenwashing on CO2 because you have a mathematic formula that is rather easy to apply on the different industries. When you go into the ocean, it becomes really quite specific and quite difficult because each industry has different impacts. So you can't use the same method of measurement for the industry. Textile industry has a complete different impact than tourism and hospitality industry, or oil and gas, or chemical industry, so, or agriculture, fishing. It's all different industries. Different industries have different impacts on the ocean environment. So it's much more complex. And we started to roll out, I said, okay, let's face this challenge and let's try to fill this gap. And so with the help of our partners in this project, we did a deep dive and we looked through 26,000 data points on the different frameworks, rating frameworks that exist today, from Carbon Disclosure Project, CDP, to basically all the different frameworks, rating frameworks for the companies that are out there today. And we found that there was no real standard on SDG 14. SDG 14 is our mission. That's life below water, right, on the global sustainability goals. And so as long as you don't have a standard for a company, it becomes pretty difficult, even if you want to do better than your competition, because you can pretty much write whatever you want, right? So we need to have standards in the industry, and that's where we focused on the ODI. We call it Ocean Disclosure Initiative, and the first report we did was fashion industry because of the impact it has. And this was published, so you can download the report. This was published last year, and we're just now in the phase of validating it. We've been working with 25 of the biggest brands in the fashion industry. They have volunteered to participate in this ODI. We're not putting the results public yet, we're waiting for this. But basically we're just validating the framework, just to tell you basically there's a lot of attention going into this. And why do we believe that this is so important? Because basically, we can keep rolling. You have two different parameters. From a company perspective, it's important, what you focused on mainly is basically profitability, right? And so you focus, these are the different, I'll get into that one, that's an important slide. Just 1 second, okay. So what we believe is to have a standard is important from a company perspective because you want to measure yourself against the competition and it helps your profitability. If I can prove that I'm more sustainable than others, I can put my marketing in there, I can put the products in there, it becomes basically still today, it's an opportunity because you're still amongst the few. We're talking about blue ocean. Okay, it's not really blue ocean anymore, there are some leaders, but you better get in there earlier than later when there's a lot of sharks. So it's a good timing. But it's also hugely important for the financial industry. And for the financial industry, not so much because they're looking at profit, they're looking at risk. And when talking about sustainability, for them, sustainability equals risk. Okay, because if I invest my money with your company and you have some blow up because you have some kind of, I don't know, child, I mean, we don't have to talk only about the ocean, but child work in India or Bangladesh or whatever, or some kind of supplier that you're using has a spill of, I don't know, chemicals into some kind of river. Even if it's in Asia or somewhere, as soon as it hits the social media, you're in trouble. Okay, so this is basically the impact on the financial industry. That's why the financial industry is so keen on driving the ESG. And this push is getting heavier and heavier. I'm sure you can testify that. So that's why it's not just, this is here to stay, right? So this is not going to go away. It's going to get heavier and heavier. And that's why the big companies, that's why there's so much drive on this, on the ESG, to become more sustainable. And I think the more time that passes by, we'll see that there's less and less room for greenwashing. Because projects like the ODI are starting to eliminate that space for the greenwashing, because you have to produce facts. And I think the consumers are getting smarter. Internet's there, you can inform yourselves, and I think that's also opportunities. We were talking about high tech. With the labeling, you want to know where the garment comes from, you want to know where the labeling comes from, you know where it's produced. So just to give a bit of a vision in the future. This is, we have a definition about the blue economy. Maybe it's a word that you have heard many times. It's being talked about more and more because it's one of these areas where also the European Union sees a lot of opportunity, economic opportunity. Our definition of blue economy is not just the direct economy from the ocean. So you're talking about ocean mining, you're talking about ocean transportation, maritime and transportation, fishing, aquaculture. Our vision is much broader, and that's where it links me back to the ODI. Our vision is that every industry that has an impact on the ocean is part of the blue economy. Okay, and so you should be part of the blue economy, basically having less impact possible on the ocean environment. Let's go to the next slide. This, I think, is interesting because it can't really see the colors that much, but I mean, if you download the report, you can see it. So what we've done is we looked through all the different industries. So shipbuilding, repair, ports, warehouse, fishing. You'll see textile and apparel right here. Goes down to agriculture. And we've basically color-coded the different KPIs, the different stress factors that exist for the ocean that we've identified per industry. So where you see the dark red, here it looks a bit grayish, it's basically the highest impact, okay? And once you scan this through, that's why I said it's difficult on the ocean because you have to go industry by industry, and that's what we're doing right now. So we started with textile. Next industry that I've been tackling is now agriculture and food. After agriculture, food, we'll go probably through fishing, aquaculture, not sure yet, but by the end of this year, we want to do at least 5 industries. And so I think it's important to understand clearly where the biggest challenges are for your industry. Textile, apparel, eutrophication is very red. Contaminants is probably the toughest one. That's where you have all the microfibers and also, well, seafood, unfortunately, yes, because you can find the microplastic fibers already in the small krill. And so marine litter, same thing. Let's keep going. Thank you. This is what I mentioned already. Basically, it's the different frameworks that have been analyzed to get there. I've touched on this. It's the rating methodology and the tool. So I think why we need the ODI and I think I went through this as well. Business risk, investments, companies, financial community. I did this as well. Thank you. So let's go a bit through the numbers. Fashion's impact on our ocean. So if you go through this, I'm not sure if you can read it, but I'll walk you through quick. Through the different factors that we have, global factors, obviously, population growth, increasing in wealth and demand. We mentioned before already in the beginning about the fact that we just can't keep growing on our economies the way we have been doing it so far. So we have to change something. Trends like fast fashion obviously don't really help. And below are the big pressure points, extreme water usage, when you look through the textile industry, one of the biggest factors actually is before you even start designing, is when you're growing the cotton. And you're talking to the scientific community, the cotton actually has become less sustainable than synthetic synthetic, how do you call it, threads, what do you call it, synthetic materials, right? Because of the dyeing, because you find in the ocean, unfortunately, already natural fibers from the substance, natural fibers, but they've been treated so heavily with chemicals that they don't biodegrade anymore. So, not said that you wear a cotton shirt and that actually biodegrades just because it's cotton. So it makes you wonder also what you wear on your skin, right? I think the numbers say that already just one washing machine could produce up to 100,000 microfibers. So, okay, all this ends up in the ocean. 40%, at least 40–50%, because there is no filters that really catch that. So there's a lot of room for improvement. Chemicals, waterways contaminations, obviously this goes into lakes, rivers, so it's not said that living further from the ocean you have less impact. Not the case. We're just doing now an event in Milan, basically for the World Oceans Day, which is 8th of June. And we're bringing the ocean to Milan. It's a bit the same concept like in Berlin, talking to you guys now. Because it's not really, 80% of ocean litter comes from the land, from the land mass, right? We heard before, 70% of the globe is covered by water. It's all oceans. And we produce 80% of that stuff that ends up there is all coming from land. And don't look at Asia or China. The sea that is worst off globally is Mediterranean, because it's closed sea. So it's worst off in fishing, it's worst off on pollution, on microfibers, on plastics. It's worse off also on climate change, because the Mediterranean is increasing 2 degrees higher by average than any other sea on the planet. So, anyway, I don't want to get depressed here. But just to tell you, there's a lot of room for improvement, a lot. Waste pollution, including microplastics, we talked about it. Energy emissions, unfortunately, textile industry is quite heavy also on energy consumption, as we know. So the more solutions we can find to reduce these pressures, the better it is. Let's go further. As I said before, contaminants is by way the highest impact on the fashion industry. So with Stefano, I had the pleasure to participate already in some other workshops, and we heard about the importance on technology also on tracking the different fibers that get into the garments, to really have I don't know all the technical descriptions, but to really track down who the suppliers are and the whole supply chain, the whole value chain is key issue number one. And that's the biggest challenge, I think, in the textile industry, is the whole value chain. You have to take a holistic approach. You have to go really from the first supplier who grows your cotton, if you want to use it, all the way to the end. And it shouldn't stop there. You start again. So that's when we go into circularity. Let's talk quick about earthification and why that's important. When you think about it, the smallest, you can't even see it with the naked eye. We're talking about the smallest part of the food chain in the ocean is the plankton, and phytoplankton is responsible for producing 50% of the oxygen that we breathe. Okay? So it's not only about the trees. It was part of the first 50%. 50% of the oxygen that we all breathe comes from the ocean. So Amazon is obviously important, right? But just one species of phytoplankton, it's the smallest species of phytoplankton, produces 20% of the oxygen more than the Amazon. So small, you don't even see it. Now that is endangered because of climate change, because the temperature of the sea increases, because the ocean luckily has captured so far 30% of the CO2 emissions that we have produced in excess. Right? But it can't keep doing this forever. Because what happens, capturing the CO2, the water becomes more acid. Okay? With higher acidity, what happens is you have all these little like shrimp creatures that need basically, or even the corals, for example. You need a certain pH level in order for corals to grow because they need calcium. Okay, acidity is aggressive on calcium. So there's all these changes, all these little balances in nature. Nature has done it all. We are the issue because we are creating this unbalance. And why am I talking about the importance of phytoplankton is because the smallest piece, it's quite fascinating, the smallest piece, you can't even see it with the naked human eye, has such an impact on all our lives. And to produce that, it needs mainly the whales. Because on what the whales eat and what comes out of their end after they've eaten basically becomes the next source for phytoplankton because it needs these nutrients. So you have the biggest animal on the planet and the smallest tiny piece, and they all link together, which is quite fascinating, I think, even if you're not a scientist. Okay, so just to make a point on how everything is connected and why that's so important. So, okay, we've talked about the microfibers. This was quite an astonishing result, basically, that only 25% of the companies that we have analyzed have in place some kind of policy on shedding of microfiber. And I think this number should grow dramatically because it's one of the biggest issues that we have. So if you look for some blue ocean projects, I would concentrate on that one. I think there's going to be a huge demand over the next 5 years. Here you see some numbers. 63% of shrimp in the North Sea contain microfiber. 37% of fish caught at mid-ocean depths in the Northwestern Atlantic had microplastics in the stomach. You can find all the sources of all these numbers in the report. I didn't put them on there because it will take too much time. Okay, let's keep going.
Go to the end part. We are on the final statement.
Yep. Okay, I'll speed up. Okay, solutions. Okay, no, I like that pie chart. Okay, so basically on the strategic planning on the companies itself, start doing an assessment. You have to, in order to take action, you have to know where you are and what your impact is. So start with an assessment. Set goals and targets. They need to be achievable. My personal recommendation, partner up if you don't have anybody in your team, like somebody specialized on sustainability issues. Partner up with some kind of ONG, some kind of, could be World Wildlife Fund, could be us, could be, there's a lot of us out there. Partner up with them because they are the specialists and they can help you. Okay, they can tell you where to go because you might fall in a trap where you say emotionally you would go one direction, but for example, plastic bottles. Okay, you talk to the scientific community, they tell you no. Plastic bottles today, if you look at the CO2, unfortunately, it's true, are more sustainable than water bottles. Okay, it's our problem to recycle them. Right? It's another issue. But plastic is not the demon. It's what you do with the plastic. So just another words thrown out there. Implementation of activities along value chain, monitoring, reporting and feedback. So this has to keep going. This has to be a cycle. I'm not going to go into all these details, but basically it gives you recommendations from all the research that we've done on what you should actually do within your company to bring yourself into a really top position when you talk about sustainability in regards to impact on the ocean. One of the keywords is transparency. And I think this trend is not going to go away. Companies have to become more transparent because it's a demand driven by the scientific community, it's a demand driven by the consumers. And if you want to establish yourself as a company, we know as consumers not everybody is perfect. Okay, but put the skeleton out of your wardrobe. All of these companies have skeletons in the wardrobes. They're just scared to put them out. But it's much better if I tell you, look, I know I haven't been doing the right thing. This is where I am today, but here's my path of where I want to go. Much better. That gives me credibility, rather than me finding out later on. Anyway, standard certifications, we're going there as well, partnerships. I don't know how much time, am I over already? 1 minute. Okay. Fast forward. No, I don't want to go there. No. 1 minute, I think I'll do a wrap up, not going through the slides. I leave you with this. We are the generation that cannot say that we haven't known, right? If I talk to my father, probably he really didn't know. We can't say that we didn't know. We know the facts. Ignorance today is a choice. Unfortunately, we're also the only generation that really can make a change. Because probably we only have 10 years left to really drive that change. So it puts a lot of pressure on us if you think about it. Okay? Yeah. So especially if you have kids around. It changes a bit the whole picture. But I think I want to leave you with this, just to think about it. There's not much time left. And even if we have emergencies like COVID or the war or anything, this is not going to go away. This is going to get worse by the year, by the day. So the more of us that somehow take action, take the leadership, we talked about leadership before, be the leader of yourself. Try to drive some change. The problem for us human beings, including me, we're too much driven by habits. And it's the biggest thing, the biggest trouble probably to change. But if we want to have somehow a future as human race, we better change our habits really fast. So that's a call for action. Thank you. That's it.
Great shade.
Thank you.
hey.
I have the names lined up, or you want to be in the middle? I can do that if you want.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine sitting outside. I'm not the one that took action, basically. I'm just moderating the action, so yeah. For a while, but you guys are going to. So let's see.
Yes, perfect. Yeah?
Okay. Hello. We're back. Another panel. But this time, listen as you listened before very carefully again. Because we have some great people here. People that want to make a change. Startups. And so, first of all, thank you that you're still here, supporting the heat. The content is urgent. We want to talk about value chains. Yes, and that's what you left us with, right? So we're going to take right off there, and we're going to talk about where and how technology can transform the value chain or change it, of course, in order to achieve more sustainable processes in fashion industries. And of course, we want to know how and where your startups aims to impact. And I think I'm going to present you right away because we don't have so much time left. So we have Ludovico from Stay. That's you. I will give you the word soon. Don't just wait a second. We have Anita. That's you from Trim. We have Benjamin from Novocabo. We have Ettore. And we have Anna. You're quite often on stage, Anna.
Yeah, I don't know why.
So really, just give us, before we can extend a little bit, give me a brief idea. What is Stay?
Yes.
From where do you operate? Since when? And where do you intervene in the value chain? Just kind of like a word, a tendency, not an essay.
Yes,
a microphone.
Yeah,
Okay. Then I'm back.
Okay, so hi everyone, Ludovico. Stay is a marketplace for sustainable fashion. We founded in Berlin 4 years ago, 2019. And we're operating, bridging the gap between the consumers and the producers. So what we do is providing a platform where brands can showcase their products after a sustainability evaluation and make it easy and seamless for the user to find and embark on a sustainable journey and embrace the sustainable lifestyle by finding the right pieces and in the whole diversity of styles. So this is, I guess...
And did you say since when you are operating?
Yes, since 2019, so
okay.
4 years ago, and based here in Berlin.
No, how old are you? This is a nice story. How old are you?
24, turning 25, and when we met with Stefano 4 years ago, I mean, and I'm the oldest of the founders. Then, of course, in the team there's more senior people, but yeah, we were pretty young. Couldn't find a solution, so we decided to make it, and here we are.
Great. So then, Anita, what is Trim? From where, since when, and where do you intervene in the value chain?
We originally started as Size Me in 2017. We're based in Berlin. We rebranded recently to Trim as we saw a change in what we were doing. We started with predictive sizing and customized products for fashion, and realized that there was a massive need for facilitating customer on-demand products through to manufacturing. So we changed gears, rebranded to refocus on the additional value that we can add there. Yeah.
And you're based?
We're based in Berlin.
Berlin as well. Okay. So next one, Novocabo, Benjamin.
Yes.
From where, since when, and what's with the value chain? Where are you?
So starting off Hamburg, so not Berlin, Hamburg. Started off 2017 as a one-man show, more or less. Not me though. I joined 1.5 years ago. And what we're doing is basically we're transforming industries, going beyond. There we go again. beyond cycle or upcycling, beyond process optimization towards real active greenhouse gas removal. So for us, it has been mentioned, it's not enough to just eat half of the cake. It's not enough to just eat like 1/10 of the cake. We're eating too much cake, right? We need to actively pull out CO2 from the air and methane as well. And we have different approaches to that.
Thank you. So then, Anna, we already know, but maybe you can tell us something new, from where, since when, and in a few words. What's the value chain and you?
Yeah, I wouldn't tell what we do. I mean, everybody knows. We founded 2020. We are based in Berlin, and why I brought us all here, it's because I want to show a digital value chain is possible, sustainable value chain, and that's why we are sitting here. And that, I mean, you know what we are doing, right?
Okay, so then there's Ettore left from Revive.
Yes.
So what's going on? From where, since when, and the value chain?
So we are not from Germany, not from Berlin, we are from Paris, France. We are the first marketplace fully dedicated to upcycling fashion. So basically we help creative designers to scale their business, reworking second-hand clothes, dead stock, leftovers. We have them in many ways, in distribution, obviously, online, offline, but also in really the materials procurement and finding partner to work with. And that's it.
Thank you. So, still confusing, right? I mean, a lot of interesting projects, but what's what with this value chain? So I want you now to decide, are you in the beginning, in the middle, or in the end of a traditional value chain? What can you tell me about this? What do you think, Benjamin? End. Okay. End. Okay. You can write it yourself, right? And you pick it, right? Try, and give it to the next person. Okay, Anita.
Yeah,
it can be more words, you know. Sometimes people are all over the place, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're reinventing the value chain a little bit. It's not, you know, make the product then sell it. We're selling the product and then making it, or at least that's what we're facilitating. But I guess mostly in the middle.
Okay. Yeah, just try. We can. I think it's an interesting point to discuss that at least.
Yeah, yeah. I think there's some others that touch on.
Yeah. Let's see.
So I think, well, we do what designers normally do manually, we do digitally, and we are in the beginning.
Okay. Right down. Beginning. Or begin. We don't have maybe time for long words.
Yeah,
we'll
that's
see.
True.
Okay.
Well,
yeah. The whole thing, yes.
Too much stuff.
So I would say that we are at the end, but then we will talk about it, I think.
Yeah.
Same here, I would say end.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's see if this gives us a clearer picture. Basically, this. Yeah. So let's say we start with the beginning, right? Beginning. Hello, beginning. So what do you replace in a traditional value chain? I'm fully aware that we're talking about things should be cyclic, but you just make some visualization who's sitting here. We're kind of like talking about this traditional linear needs to cycle, but you're going to expand on that. So tell us, how do you replace what in the value chain and with what kind of technology?
Yeah, we are analyzing fashion data, bringing out new products digitally, and then you click, you get 3D designing, and then we developed an augmented reality, and you can see the whole product in an augmented reality. That means a designer would go online, would do research, we do that automatically, we would analyze our data, I don't know, in Excel files, we do that automatically. Product creation, we do in our heads, I think. We do it analyzed objectively, also digital, and then prototyping, I mean, we would do, and it's also done digitally.
And now, one question I missed out, why is this necessary?
Oh, that would be a long answer.
Try to make it short.
Okay, first of all, I think we should create or design more specific and should calculate better what we design to sell better to have less overstock. The second thing, prototyping. Why do we have that? And the next thing is communication in between everybody, augmented reality. I mean, you can talk to the production company, to the CEO, merchandiser, and the designer can also have a look. And yeah, we're cutting down this value chain, which normally it takes so much time. Designers get burned out. I don't know. I could keep going. Sustainability and so on.
Okay, thank you. We're continuing to the middle. Hello.
Hi.
Anita, trim. So what do you replace in the value chain and with what kind of technology? And you know it's coming up with this, why it's necessary.
Yeah. We have the front end side of things, which is a bit of a co-designed aspect with the customer, where they, this size prediction, so this isn't closest size, we actually create individual measurements through data-driven predictions through a questionnaire, for instance. And that is sort of the first part, customizations as well of the product, so a very similar part of to Yoona. And then what we're developing more into is the manufacturing integration. So we can translate that information, those predictions, into auto pattern technology that automates so that we're operating at the same level as at mass production, potential mass production volumes and speed that the customer expects, but we're only producing what the customer wants, not these massive amounts of excess, and we're not, you know, traditional value chain is either producing too much and then what do you do with that extra, or we're not producing enough and there are lost sales. So if you're matching production directly to the demand of the consumer, you're ensuring that they get exactly what they want, it's customized to them, and you're not making extras that people don't need. So also coming back to why, definitely reducing overproduction, stockouts, where part of the necessity of communicating with the production is we're tapping into traceability and following those orders through the entire value chain. And I'm sure I'm forgetting some other things that we touch on. Sorry? Oh yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Reducing return rates is a massive thing for us. We actually don't have returns at this point with our, I think there's like 5 out of thousands, and that's mostly based on Corona-related hiccups. But our remake rate is 5%. From, I think, industry standard is somewhere between 30 to 50%.
In Germany, 70 for.
Yeah.
So it's massive.
Yeah, 70% for like size-related
for Germany,
issues. Yeah. So it's.
Thank you.
Useful.
Thank you. So we have now 3 candidates for end. What is the close to middle end? What do you think? You're all end, or is there somebody? Yeah,
I would take it then.
Yeah, thank you, Ettore, for saving me here. Thank you very much.
But since we are a marketplace, we are a connector, a facilitator. So on one side, as I said, we have these emerging designers, and we have them in the whole value chain. That's why I would say I could be in the middle, because it's creative people, and what they need actually is a structure to scale. So we have them in the materials procurement, so in the first part of the value chain, and then in the distribution, as I was saying. On the other side, what we do is the post-sales service for brands. So basically, brands that have returns, they have dead stocks, they have any kind of garments they don't sell. They are able through us to get a network of designers that can rework these kind of materials. And create new collection and put them in the market. So I would say, being a facilitator, we always connect this different part of the market, but that's the cool part as well, to being able to touch different stakeholders in the value chain.
Thank you. I already think it's very interesting that, one design kind of like task with Yoona that maybe goes away, that maybe designers don't do anymore, and then a new task rising. So I think from a designer's perspective. So definitely end-end. So Ludovico, would you do me the favor?
I mean, same for us. We're a marketplace, so we're a point of contact between the brands and the consumer. So I guess it's changing consumer behavior, or at least giving a chance to find the sustainable pieces that you want in a easy user journey, just like normal shopping behavior. So providing that alternative, but on the other end, it's the fact of evaluating the brands and getting data points on what they do, their practices, that then helps us to hopefully in the long run have this effect, backwards effect in supporting the producers that are the sustainable producers, but also influencing the big players into saying, okay, what is going on in this ecosystem? Now we have over 200 brands, so over 10,000 data points at least. So there's a lot of material to work on. So I would say, yeah, these are mainly the 2 points.
Yeah.
Similar to the upcycling marketplace, because it's really this that we're doing.
Yeah, I totally agree. It was amazing when I was at your both websites or apps, and the variety and the amount of brands is just shocking. If you never have been there, it's really like, what is out there?
Yeah.
So, the end. Benjamin. Yeah, I think it's interesting because I tried to understand what you're doing. There were some terminologies, but I think it was not so easy.
We'll get into the struggle later on, right? So why the end? And we're not that fashion focused as you are. We're multi-industry focused, and I'm cheating a bit. I'm helping with some material that I'll give around. This is, for example, granulates made from sneakers. They're basically not really, let's say, recyclable, upcyclable. So what do you do with it? You burn it. So basically this will become CO2, and we know what happens to oceans, we know what happens to temperatures. And so the question is, what can you do with this? And it's too heterogeneous, there's too much difference in this to reuse it. And also the layers of the sneaker, it's glued and all that stuff. So we basically turned it into this. It's black, it has basically just carbon and ash. And if we now put this somewhere in the material, in the ground, well, this is not in the ground, but other stuff we do put in the ground, we actively take out the CO2 from this process. So we're looking not for being competitive with recyclable products, we're looking for streams that are absolutely just going into burning, creating CO2. And not only in the fashion industry, but in any industry. But the fashion industry, as we heard, is contributing a lot. So this is where we see us. And I'll give it a round so you can... And you can smell the sneakers actually if you pull down the They're not old sneakers, so it smells pretty fresh. Just so you know.
One guinea pig for... Yeah. I remember my chemistry teacher telling me to smell something, and then it was not possible to smell. So, then, just we went from beginning to end, but we go back to the end because you spoke last, so you can continue to speak. What are your thoughts on a holistic value chain? You talked about that as well. We need vision for that. We need kind of like ideas, and I think since you're working actively on it, what can you say about this vision when that arises?
So basically any industry that's just has the target 0 is, in my opinion, absolutely faulty. Because if you think about it, just being at 0 doesn't change anything where we are right now. We are already in a sinking ship and breathing with like a quarter of a lung. So it needs to be negative. We need to take out CO2. We need to take back what we have done since industrialization, pushing it out into the air. We need to somehow get it back out of the air and somehow get tilted. We're not tilting just by reducing and not by being in a 0. We need to really tilt it. And this is where we see where the change needs to happen.
Okay. Ludovico.
Tough one, for sure. I think it's mainly the large brands, the major brands getting together with policymakers and maybe having an understanding of their collective impact. So these 80 billion garments, I'm sure there should be some regulation to say the amount of people and this is the amount of garments each needs more or less, and kind of have some formulas there to support that. But then it goes back to larger brands implementing innovation, implementing and scaling actually the production methods for the new textiles, from apple skin to, I mean, we have so many different milk fiber, but all these textiles are very costly because only the innovators are investing into them, and so that's also what creates some of the barriers that we have. So I guess it has to be a vertical movement, policymakers, large brands, innovators, and society at large. I mean, here in Berlin we see it, it's thriving, but elsewhere nobody knows fashion is the second largest polluter. Like if I ask my peers, no one knows. And that's actually the reason why I started. So I guess it's also a lot of awareness.
Ettore? A vision?
Yeah, I don't want to repeat things that we already said. Just taking this example, we put a lot of pressure correctly to fashion brands on being to reduce their carbon footprint. But then the fashion brand can go to the supplier and say, okay, now you have to decrease 30% your footprint. Then the supplier doesn't know how to do it. Maybe it's in Bangladesh. They don't have the funds, the expertise. So just to say that the solution, as we said, and we are here for that, it's really communication. Having like a full value chain connected, working together. I think it's the solution. And to push it further, I would say that if we bring the consumer inside the value chain in a way, I think we can be all more aware of what we are doing. For example, personalization, or pushing them to be the collector of the clothes that we use. That's my vision.
Thank you. Anita?
Yeah. So many good points already.
Yeah, I like them too, yeah.
I mean, speaking for us, we know that our impact can't be on all things, right? So our focus is primarily on facilitating for brands, traditional fashion brands, and working directly with the production. I should also mention I'm not the CEO, I'm pattern and production manager, so that's primarily where I'm working with, in Bangladesh with suppliers in different countries that are not used to working in these new ways and helping them. We do offer consulting and what have you to show how to change the way that they produce and maintain profitability. It doesn't have to be at a loss. It just has to be about a change of thinking, a change of approach. It also has to be a partnership between the manufacturers and the brands as well, to work together in collaboration in order to be able to move forward. I think that topic obviously came up in the last panel, to make sure that we're working together, because every part of the value chain and all of the players in that value chain, wherever they're coming into it, we all play our individual part. It's too complex for it to be a one-size-fits-all approach. Yeah.
Yeah, I think very interesting too. I really like the point to how you, at least to me, it spoke to, because of this kind of like being focused on the part, like knowing that you're part of kind of like a movement or a group of action, whatever, how we name it, but that you stay focused and serious on what you're doing, and that you're doing your best in this little moment that you can act. I think this was very inspiring as well, in connecting not only the bigger visions, but like really a very small point.
Yeah.
Anna?
Yeah, I mean, you're sitting here, that's my vision.
Yeah,
that you're all
together.
So sweet. So, because I see it the same, I mean, we are focusing on one thing, we cannot develop everything. So we have to find the right puzzle which fits to the holistic value chain, and also know that and offering to the industry all together. I mean, Stefan is working on that, we are working on that. Maybe our platform is even only platform bringing everybody together. So, but we can only develop a little and a small thing, and everybody else is bringing something in for the holistic value chain.
Nice. After this shocking presentation, I think there's some hope coming up. But we all know it's not so easy to go there. So I want you to share a little bit. I mean, okay, time is expanding. We're already, everybody want to go home, but can we learn something from all of you? So my last question is, where do you struggle? Maybe even at the moment, that would be interesting. Not only the ones that are behind us, maybe even things that are in the moment struggling in what you're aiming to do. What do you think? Anita, is there something?
I mean, yeah, there are a lot of stakeholders, and you know, operating across a whole value chain. You have, you know, maybe a CEO that's super excited, but then you know, somebody on the production room floor that's like, no, this is never. The engineers are like, nope, not happening. To like put my engineer hat on and say, right? I mean, it's. Yeah, I mean, this you know, that's not even like a one-off. That's like pretty much every example, basically. The numbers speak for themselves. You know, the people who make the decisions are like, yes, and the people who make it happen are like, nope. Yeah. But you know, we're people. It's about relationship building. It's about you know, finding the opportunities. And I think, like he was saying, it's you know, show where you're at, and like what works, what doesn't work. It builds trust, it builds integrity, and having that sort of back and forth sharing with whoever you're working with, trusting both sides, and guiding them through the process. Yeah.
Any other struggles coming to somebody's mind? Tore? Have you ever struggled or still struggling?
Always me helping you. No, in our case, I mean, all the points I've already said are correct. In our case, we turn what is called waste into something with more value. So I would say that for us, we are a super early stage startup. The main difficulty is to make consumers understand they should, even if our price is higher, way higher than like prices that you can get in fast fashion, for example, they should decide and go for this kind of quality. So garments made by artisans, even if with already existing materials. So I think that to push them to choose quality over quantity, as always we say, and to maybe empower the small creator also, and not only the big fashion brand that we all know. So I would say that, like, really making the consumer market understanding what we do, why we are doing it, and why they should choose us instead of like traditional way of selling fashion.
Thank you for sharing. Ludovico.
Yeah, maybe I can add on to that, and I think it's a common problem is looking forward, scaling up the businesses, is being able to have dialogue with the large brands, making sure, because they are the ones who move fashion, right? Who move the big markets, and they also have the huge impact that we want to tackle. But making sure that the dialogue is smooth and doesn't harm neither of the two, because it can harm the brand by being attacked constantly by public opinion and so on. And on the other side, it can harm marketplaces like us that need larger brands to sort of to scale up, to reach to the wider public. But making sure that if we collaborate, it is something that goes and remains intrinsically true to the whole values that we stand for. So I think this is a challenge for sustainability in general in the long run. When it will scale, then where will sustainability be? So I think this is more conceptual.
Yeah, but I think totally valid. I think it's an interesting discourse, and I think this is my suggestion. We maybe need more internal discourse as well, also, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was just thinking, wanted to talk later to Stefano, we should think about a channel like Slack, or I don't know, where we all come together and we talk internally and all have like our own group, everybody, and getting more in. You know.
Yeah, more honest discourse is something I support a lot. Like in confidence sometimes too. Yeah, no, it's true. Like, yeah, and
I would touch on two struggles. Let's say the cocoon struggle. Like we've heard it earlier. The scope, right? You start off running out there saying we're looking for waste. If you start looking, you start finding, and there's waste at every corner, and you cannot tackle all of it. So you need to think about: are we doing a service? Are we we doing consultancy? Are we doing it ourselves? Are we helping others doing it? So that phase is done. Now the current struggle is wheels of bureaucracy. So basically, we start building sites. We are building them, well, pretty big. We want to remove carbon. And then you see how hard it is. Well, we started off in Germany, how hard it is really to just get it going. There's just so much to consider. You think you're good, then there's another clash from the side. You need to handle another formulas, another one that tiny bit changes. It changes all the documentation. You need to redo everything. And that's something that you just see for being, let's say, agile and driving innovation. There's just so much frustration. Right?
Mm. Yeah. Overcoming frustrations. So.
Getting up forward, right?
Yeah. So I guess I haven't looked to you because I want to keep talking. I'm not seeing it. So, but I think, I don't know, I think we don't have time for audience questions, or do we want to take the time? Yeah, because if somebody, there's the question. Oh, I work normally.
Just presenting him. Who is it?
I like your point because that's the same. I'm Daniel, by the way, co-founder of YOONA. We have the same problem. It's like, yes, the CEOs, you can convince them, they're in it, they all want to change, but then you talk to the team and you have a simple issue, right? But my question is actually, we are always facing one thing. We come to them, hey, we automate your process, we help you with digitalization. Aren't you supporting fast fashion? And when I see your stuff, the first thing that comes into my mind is, won't you support the brands to do the wrong thing? Because they feel, oh, we can recycle it now. So it's all good. We don't have to care anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Do you face something like that?
No, not necessarily. Like I said, fashion is just one possibility. Does it promote that you should make waste? Right, is the question at the end. But where we see ourselves is there is not a solution for it. We are the solution for everything where there is no solution. So basically, currently, fashion industry burns that stuff, creating CO2. So we go in there and say, we're going to take it, going to put it into carbon, and going to use it. But I mean, if there would be a use, and if somebody finds a use, we're backing off. Because we basically don't see value in destroying something that has value, other than thermically burning it and creating energy, right? So yes, there could be that argument, but the other argument is it's waste. And instead of burning it, try converting it into material. More or less, it's a recycling idea, the upcycling idea. Return it into a material that you can use, and not just blow into the air and keep on destroying our Earth.
Thank you. Two questions. I would maybe.
Can I add something? Sorry.
Add. Okay.
Yeah. Regarding the oh no, you work with fast fashion. I think there's a lot of sort of extremism about sustainability, right? Where it's a very polarized, it's all or nothing. If you are not 100% all in sustainable, you can't talk about sustainability or be sustainable or whatever. We all have an opportunity and a responsibility to do something. I think, again, call back to the last presentation, we all have an opportunity to make a change. We should be supporting the big companies, the fast fashion companies, to do better. We can't let them get away with saying we're 100% perfect now in greenwashing, but there's still an opportunity to have an impact, I think.
Yeah, and I think we need this discourse coming from those projects.
Critical
evaluate.
Discourse,
the critical discourse.
Yeah, sure.
You're doing something, people see it, and when they think they can do it better, as long as it helps the environment, So I think it's very interesting that this is kind of like an inner design thing. This is where I think the designers are good for that, because you do something, it's out for critique. This is what you do. You not do the perfect product. So I totally agree. Thank you.
Thanks.
And so please.
So I guess we talked a lot about environmental sustainability, but I'd love to hear, I guess, a little bit about social sustainability and how I think you touched on when you go to Bangladesh and these factories, obviously we know the exploitation that happens in these factories and how this is kind of changing and how what startups are doing or what disrupting the value chain, how that changes the social implications for a lot of these women, mostly because they don't want to work as a women. And you just touched on the fast progress, and that doesn't mean that they have to be perfect. But I guess when the root cause of it is exploitation, not only with waste, but also with people and with people behind garments, how does that kind of integrate?
I mean, okay, I will say we don't necessarily have a direct impact on it, but I do think that there is some side benefits to having something. An on-demand product is something that requires a little bit more attention. And with that extra attention usually comes with more training, and with more training comes better pay. There's also a little bit of there can be a premium charge for it, especially when you talk about all of the reductions of remakes and cost and stuff like that. Then when you're looking at aspects of traceability, which is not unique to us, but when you are more connected with the manufacturer, you're more involved with the manufacturer either as an additional party, an intermediary, or as the brand itself, being more connected with their manufacturer. That connection, that more closeness to the supplier means that it's harder to push things out. It's harder to separate and subcontract and subcontract. You know, there is a little bit more connection. And I think lastly, I would say that I truly think on-demand should be, for new products, should be the way that we produce. If you don't need to produce massive volumes up front and you're getting and waiting, I think now the payment schedule is a year to a year and a half in the future. So they're making 100,000, a million units and not getting paid for 18 months, you're probably not going to be so great to your workers. If you're getting paid on a month-by-month basis, essentially, right? It's already sold, the money's there. It's just a matter of putting in your invoice, essentially, and getting paid back. There's less of that risk, essentially, and managerial risk protection for their stakeholders and not the people working on the floor. But that's the impact I can speak on, at least.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be super challenging for sure, because the suppliers are a secret for the large brands, right? So
less so.
I mean, there's not much collaboration in sharing. Oh yeah, that's my provider, and these are my costs, and so on. So I guess it's going to be hard again in this phase of transition, how social rights will be respected, especially in countries that leverage on and are dependent on the economy. The whole economy is an exporting economy. So also the controls, for sure, are not there by the state entity. So I guess this is a little bit the trick that we still have and that has to be faced. And at one point, it's great that you're doing it.
Yeah, we need to stop.
Get a lot of signs.
Yeah, we get a lot of signs, yeah. But I still think that you gave us a sign as well. I think there's something to rethink, and I think there's a lot of space to maybe inject those ideas and maybe start up with something to help us to criticize and to get forward. Thank you. Thank the panelists, the audience, and Yoonaverse for providing. Thank you very much.
Let's keep going, because this was chapter 0. Chapter 1 is already in planning. We have industry awards for the fashion companies, we have a startup competition, and we also have a podcast and NFTs. Let's keep going. Laura? Oh, Bill? No. So there's a video missing still. That was beautiful, but it doesn't matter. In July, we come out and fashion companies can apply for an award, and they can win a fully digital collection, digital fashion show in the Metaverse and in augmented reality and NFT and all our consultancy to work digitally. Next.
I mean, we were trying to put all these ideas, solution, entrepreneurs together. We want to recognize them and create an impact. So we started today in chapter 0, but then we're going to have step by step, and this will be a permanent observatory, a hub in which everyone are welcome to bring the idea, the challenge, the
of
solution.
Course.
And
Yes.
we're going to keep working to generate a believable, something concrete and impact on the future session and season of the profession.
Of course. And next, what happens?
This is your
Das erinnert me on 3. Oh no! Well, okay. We just keep going. Okay, we see Gary Weber fashion show, also nice. No. So now we're coming to the Fashion Circularity Innovation Award.
This will bring, we're going to start opening the application since June, and then this means that we're going to activate the entire ecosystem. This means startups, also brands, investors, and technology companies. We're going to reward them. We're going to find a way, but very welcome to receive also your suggestion. I mean, what does it mean? What the startup need to evolve to grow? Sometime money, of course. But the majority of the case, we want to have a partner, a corporate partner, to make something, a live project. So we are now asking anyone in this room, anyone in our ecosystem and network, to come and support us, because we're going to select the best startups, and then we would like to work with the best corporate to try just not talks, also find live projects concretely, and then to realize something together. So this will be our journey. In July, we're going to have another selection days here in Berlin, and then September, we're going to announce the winners. But the winners will not be only winning something, but will actually start doing something. This is actually our final goal.
We are coming to you have this
you see
6
here
categories.
Different categories that basically are the famous part of the value chain. So we're going to be able to identify for each single category the best new materials, the best new technology upcycling, the new technology applied to the value chain, to the sizing. So we're going to map the entire circularity and find which actually are the needed technology to tackle down which solution and which challenge. So we're going to map we are approximately counting about 500 startups around the world. So it will be a huge challenge for us. We need all your support, but after being identifying all of them, we're going to invite them to join us and to become a big, huge movement to make something concrete. This will be our challenge for the coming weeks. That will be not that easy, but we're trying to make it all together collectively.
Yes, and then we have the industry award, like we help the brands, we bring the brands, and then the corporates. We have the startup competition, and the next thing is we are launching NFT series together in collaboration with one Ocean Foundation. Half of the amount goes to that. And there you see the NFT for this event. You can directly get the QR code and buy your NFT. Yes. We have only 10. We have actually today 2 already sold. And we are launching also a podcast where we bring technology and fashion circularity together with different stakeholders. And yeah, and our next Yoonaverse chapter 1 we will have during Premium. We will co-create the fashion tech part, and also then the chapter 2 we will have in September, and hopefully with our partners again. Having them on board.
Working, it's like working progress. I mean, 3 weeks ago was not Yoona, now it's Yoonaverse chapter 0. We're working chapter 1, and I mean, let's try to hope that this will be a movement altogether to achieve better goals. Thank you everyone to join us. Keep working. Now parenting time, huh? Yeah. Now we have the separated, right?
Yeah. Oh, so everyone, we go now to the beautiful office to Beyond here and your agent and Beyond, and yes, right.
Where is it located? The place.
Maybe Anna, you can say something.
I think street is Oranienburger Straße 21, and I think best way to go there is through the Heckmannhöfe. So I think around the corner.
What?
If you want to drinks and have some fun, follow her later.
Anna, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Great event.